us for a bit on the stream, and then I will go on to solo debates. I'm live. Do you give it a second for people to join up? It takes a second for people to get in here. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's up, Miranda? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How about you? Do you give it a second for people to join up? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Go on to this first person for today, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Going on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Is there a way you can get closer to the mic? And how? What's your birth year?
Can you hear me better?
Yeah. What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
June.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
And you said you're how old again?
19.
Okay, just making sure. So why would you support Trump in that context?
Cookie King mocks you.
Wow, dude, that was a really interesting point you just brought up there, man. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Yeah, you definitely meet that set of criteria, right? You definitely were totally not lying, right? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. On TikTok, we are on YouTube already. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Naja, meine Augen sind richtig doll, weil durch den Eyeliner muss ich mal 5-mal rübergehen.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? To the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 20 years old, Parker.
What's
Did
your
you
birth
just
year?
wake up?
Yeah. What's your
August
birthday?
13, 2005.
For sure. And you said you're how old again?
20.
Okay. So do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why is that?
Because trans women are not women at all.
Trans women are women, but why is that the reason why you support Donald Trump?
Yes, because we need to keep men out of women's restrooms for safety.
So specifically Donald Trump, would you ever vote for someone who bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women without their consent?
Did you make this up? I have a feeling you made this up.
No, Donald Trump acknowledged it himself. He
When?
literally admitted to it. Would you like to answer the question? Would you support Donald Trump if he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing in changing rooms without their consent?
No.
Oh, you wouldn't support him? So I'll play the clip for you right now. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
I got you.
Wait, didn't Joe Biden sleep with his daughter?
Take a listen. No.
To do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clue. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Oh, damn. Damn.
So do you still
Come
support
on,
the guy?
Donald. No, but is it okay if I support his son? Donald Trump Jr.?
No. One, he's not running for office, and two, why?
Well, he will be, though.
Well, you think Trump Jr. is going to run?
Well, not now, but maybe in 10 years.
And you would support Trump Jr. then?
Yes.
Well, you're weird. I don't know why you would wait out 10 years just to support another Trump. That's actually really weird, bro.
Oh, I'm going to be supporting Barron Trump, though.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person.
Hey, Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Is there a way you can pull are you connected to Bluetooth or maybe the car?
Yes, I am. Give me 1 second.
Are you driving, by the way?
Is that better now?
Are you driving?
I'm on the side of the road right now, but yes. Not currently driving.
Okay. All right. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I think he was definitely the better option of the two based off my ideologies.
Okay. What about it?
Well, the Democratic Party trumpets ideologies. I know that you were speaking just to two guests before that. The trans women are not women. I guess that's an ideological difference. I guess we're not going to agree on that, but that's something I support. Border policy or strengthening that is something I support. Second Amendment rights is something I support. It more aligns with libertarian beliefs and just conservatism of America. He's definitely the stronger one when it comes to that.
So libertarian beliefs. Okay, so libertarians think the border should be open.
Well, libertarians believe in individual freedoms. I wouldn't say it has anything to do with border policy. Nationalism would.
So I'll tell you why it does. Because a border restriction is a limitation on the free market, the free flow of labor between areas. That's a restriction on the free market.
Now, that would be a populist ideology that there's no borders, that their countries should intermingle and stuff like that. A nationalist can still be a libertarian.
So again, when someone's a libertarian, right, at least in a principled position, right, this is a position they would hold because they want there to be fully free markets, right, insofar as that it's, not upholding the basic, fundamental individual liberties.
Again, I don't know how to say that. I guess we'll just have to disagree with that. I believe you can still be a nationalist and a libertarian at the same time. I believe in the individual liberties.
Okay.
Trump the rights.
What do you mean by libertarian?
Libertarian, I believe in the individual belief of liberty, that freedom should champion anything else, and the government should not have a restrictive or a lot of involvement with the private citizen.
Okay, so you're just saying less involvement with the private citizen, not like no involvement at all?
Well, I think for a state, especially a state of unions or a republic, to succeed, you need some sort of amount of federalism. But at the same time, I think individual liberties would be the political ideology I most align with, because I wouldn't say I'm Republican or conservative or anything that the parties.
That just sounds like you're a conservative, right? And typical.
Well, you can call me that if that's what you want.
Sure, that's just typically like the connotation. But sure, then we can go through these. We can have that conversation. What border policy of Trump's do you like?
I can't single them out, but I can say everything he works. I can't ramble every policy he's put into place right off the top of my head, but I can't say the evidence shows for itself that he's locked down the border and immigration has declined dramatically in the difference of the two administrations.
Okay, so do you determine how secure the border is based upon the level of border crossings?
I would say that plays a role into it, but
okay. What are the measures for you?
What do you mean by what are the measures for me? Like what I use to like analytics to prove that border crossings are less and the illegal immigration is less?
No, like when do you know the border is secure?
Well, I would say like you said, crossings is a analytics that has to go along with it, and letting ICE do their job and forcing illegal migration, which wasn't happening in the administration before.
Just not true, like but. Could you tell me what are the other conditions?
Well, I would say we could start with those two. I mean, just
okay. Well, the second one was just a made-up lie. Like there was still enforcement of the border under the Biden-Harris administration, and then if you want to look at the border, then if you want to look at border crossings, then Biden inherited a less secure border than he gave over to Trump.
Well, I would disagree with that, because that using that statistic of Trump giving him a less secure border would be from the fight that he had in the House of Representatives of not being able to fund his project of border security, which he was able to circumvent in this administration.
The same thing is true specifically under the context of the Biden-Harris administration, because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill.
Yeah, I'm aware of that in the last year of their administration, but that there's many flaws when it comes to Donald Trump. I wouldn't say he's a good person, but overall, when it comes to when it comes to champion ideology that I would think would align with someone who's a nationalist American that's a patriot, that thinks countries should have border security, countries should have just level-headed ideology, minimal government interference, like Trump is definitely the better option out of the two. Like one party Trump's like ridiculous ideologies, just like the gentleman said before me, or gentleman before that person, talking about trans women and that type of stuff, just party ideology. The difference is just
That sounds like government influence to define the definition of a woman. That's one thing. Secondly, you want minimal governmental influence. Okay, can you give me an explanation as to why Kamala Harris has more governmental influence over the context of our country comparative to Donald Trump?
Well, pretty much every Democratic party's speaking point is government intervention. So,
Can you just give me specifics?
Specifics. We could start with forcing schools to have to teach trans ideology and stuff like that. That's a good point. Like
what trans ideology were they forcing schools to teach? I'm confused. What policy is this from the Biden-Harris administration?
It's known that under their admin, the Department of Education, how do you say, they wanted schools to teach that curriculum.
What curriculum?
Trans, gay, sex education, stuff that is in that realm.
Does that trans people exist and gay people exist?
Well, I just don't think it's something that should be in schools, Like it's
saying that they exist? You know that trans kids and gay kids are in schools, right? So you don't think that there should be anything in schools that they could associate themselves with?
They can exist, but I don't think it's a curriculum that should be taught,
What do you mean by curriculum? What about what they taught do you disagree with? Because you just said you're just giving a broad overarching idea, right? You're not actually telling me anything in specific that you disagree with being taught.
We'll just go with sex education as a whole.
What, you don't want sex education to be taught?
When it comes to putting, like saying this is something that you should put in schools, like teaching trans ideology, all that stuff.
Why are you moving back and forth? What is it? Is it sex ed or is it talking about trans people? Those are different things.
I would say more it leans like a conservative, well, I guess not conservative, but a restricted amount of sex education I think could be useful in the public.
Okay, so what sex ed specifically that is being taught do you disagree with being taught?
Trans ideology, gay ideology.
That has nothing. Like that. Wait. Being trans is not sex ed. That's nothing to do with sex ed. Why do you keep saying that? What do you think being trans means?
Why is it something that school boards under their administration was trying to push?
No, tell me why you keep associating it with sex ed. I'm serious, genuinely. What is going through your head?
That's what it is. It's taught in that context. That's where they put it in classrooms.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Okay, so where do they teach it, Parker?
Wait, no, explain to me. Explain to me how it's relevant to sex ed.
You ask the board of administration.
No, you answer the question. It's not. It's not brought up in the context of sex ed.
I don't think it should be in schools. Dude, period.
Dude, just saying that trans people exist. You're not answering my questions because you're an idiot and you don't know how to respond to them. Respond to the questions.
What's your question?
What are you specifically talking about? What's being taught that you disagree with in specific?
The ideology. I've answered it. The ideology of
your microphone is like robotic now.
I'm not sure why.
Is that just me, chat? You're just saying the ideology. That doesn't tell us anything in specific.
I don't know how I can be more specific. I can talk about how the Board of Education teaches about that type of stuff. I don't know how to be more specific about that.
To be able to understand what I'm telling you right now. What in specific? What about it? Tell me what they specifically said that you disagree with.
Sorry, I can't hear you. You cut in and out.
What did they specifically say that you disagree with?
The administration didn't specifically say anything. They're under their administration, school boards push the rhetoric of teaching that type of stuff to children, which I disagree with.
School boards are distinct from the position of president. One. Two is related. What in the context of the school boards did they push for that you disagree with being taught? You're not explaining. You just say you're giving broad claims of trans ideology. What is that? Be specific.
What is trans ideology? The education that the changes of what, like, just trans. I'm not a trans. I don't know. I don't study trans people. I don't know what they teach when it comes to that. But I know
if you don't know what they're teaching. How can you say you disagree with it?
I know that ideology exists because it's something that they push in school boards.
But you don't even know you don't even know what's being taught. So how could you disagree with it?
I wouldn't take the class because I disagree with it, but I know it's being taught.
Wait, but if you don't know what's being taught, how could you say that you disagree with it being taught?
I know that they're pushing that ideology in schools. That's what I know.
Dude, you don't even know what they're pushing. You don't even know what you're saying. There's no class. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what they're teaching. You don't even know what you're disagreeing with. You've been propagandized into believing trans people are being injected into the context of the school systems to force themselves onto everyone, when that's not true. What's been forced on people is forcing being cis and being straight on everyone. Heteronormative ideas, those things have been forced onto trans kids and onto gay kids generation after generation after generation. They are the ones being forced to conform, not you. So actually, we're trying to create a society where they are not forced to conform.
And you believe that that type of education should be in school systems?
Do you have a response to that one?
I don't. I think we have a disagreement. We'll have to agree to disagree on this one. But I think that ideology was pushed on that administration. We can agree to disagree.
I don't know why it's doing this right now. My microphone's been doing this like in the beginning of my streams every day. I don't know why. What was your response?
I said, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. I think that ideology was being pushed under the school board education.
One second. Hello, do you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I hear you now. Go ahead. What was your response?
I said, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on that ideology being pushed or not being pushed. I believe that it is.
No, tell me what is being pushed in specific.
Like I said, the ideology as a whole, I don't study the ideology. I can't tell you what they teach in specifics, but I can tell you that it's something that they included in their education programs.
I'm gonna go crazy. Okay, hey dude,
But
I
let's
can't
move
hear
on
you
to another
again
topic.
because my audio just keeps cutting out. I don't know what the fuck is going on. This is the most frustrating shit I've ever dealt with. Why? Why is it cutting out? Like what the fuck, dude? Why is it cutting out?
You cut out again.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, I hear you now. If it keeps doing this, I'm just gonna get off for the stream. It's so frustrating, bro. Why is it doing this?
Like I said, we can move to another topic if
No,
we can't agree.
I genuinely want to hear a response. I haven't been able to hear a response because the audio keeps cutting out. Can I please hear the response?
I believe that the Department of Education, the Federal Department of
I can't hear him
Education.
now. Why does it keep doing this? Why does it, dude? What the fuck is going on? I've redone this. What is going on? Why does the audio keep cutting? I really don't get it. It's like every single time he speaks and he's trying to answer the fucking question, right? It cuts out and I can't hear him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with your thing, but
All right. Okay, I can hear things.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Hey everyone, tell me in the comment section to just breathe or to chill out. I don't understand why that you think that that's gonna make me chill out. I just genuinely don't understand the context. I'm sorry for being a little bit rude or upfront, but like, geez, I really when I don't understand like because when I feel that, like, I just don't understand how that's gonna make me feel better. Like, it's just telling me to chill out. Like, I really don't understand it. If anything, honestly, it makes me more irritated. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm trying to chill out. So go ahead.
Like I said, I just have.
What is going on, man? I'm about to
I
get
can
off
hear
the
you
stream.
fine.
I just can't do this. Why does the audio keep doing this? I've literally tried everything.
I can hear you fine.
I've tried everything.
You.
Okay, hello? Alright, here, let me try this one. Send a guest request if you meet that. There we go, I hear it now. This might work. Alright, hello? Let me unmute you. You can unmute your mic. I sent you an invite.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay, now I can't hear him.
Yeah, right.
I'm about to get off, chat. I'm about to get off. I swear I just heard it. Like, okay, so do you support Donald Trump? I don't hear it. Like, why does it keep going in and out? Like, genuinely, what the fuck is the problem?
Absolutely.
Like, I can hear it and then it goes away. I don't understand what to do. Okay, why is that? What's your birth year?
06. Oh, wait, I'm 19. 06.
I'm sorry. This is what I mean. I have no at this point. Zero trust. I have zero trust, dude. I'm like, it's so bad. It's because people come on my live and they lie all the time. You, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
What's your birth year? What's your birth year?
07.
Okay. You said you're 20?
Yeah. No, I'm 18. I'm 18, dog.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Is there a way you could turn off the background noise?
Ah, no, that's my kid in the background. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't keep you up on the live just because it could be copyright. Do apologize. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I was liking the live.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
35.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Oh man, it looks like I got some bars. I'm 35. Trump.
Why so?
Can I start with a bit of an agreement with you? Because I agree that, it's hard to trust anything nowadays. There's a lot of distorted statistics, and so I want to start with a bit of agreement.
How about you start with why you support Donald Trump?
Man, and I can see the...
Yeah, there's a bunch of lag. We're going to go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I don't support Donald Trump or Kamala. I wanted to ask you.
Okay. Hey, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You a bitch. Fuck you, nigga. You a bitch, nigga. Fuck you.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? 25.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
I would eat that ass.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
28.
Yeah. What's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
1998.
What month?
October.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Trump, 100%.
Why so?
I just like, I like world peace, and I don't like, there were way more wars under, Democratic Party when they were president.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Well, it's a fact, but.
You just said it's a fact. Based upon what?
Based on a statistic.
Yeah, I'm asking you to tell me the statistic or to tell me what specific wars.
Well, that's what are you talking about? I mean, there's obviously more wars under Kamala and Biden. Like, that's
Kamala.
just obvious. What?
Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala.
So can you?
Well, what do you
tell me
think that? What do you think that Biden? What?
Can you tell me what those wars are?
Are you kidding me?
Can you tell me what those wars are?
During Biden, like, there's way more problems with like the leader of China and like Ukraine. Like when Trump was in office, none of that was going on.
Okay. So you said that there's more leaders like China. You understand right now what's happening with Russia, right? And what happened with China. Both Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping were apparently, quote unquote, conspiring behind the United States back, according to Trump.
But they never did anything, so that doesn't really matter.
So then explain to me what's different about the administrations. You're not telling me like what specifically would happen differently if Trump were in office comparative to the Harris administration. Because I can point to plenty of things that specifically would lead to more war that Trump engaged in that wouldn't have happened otherwise.
Well, it's obvious because there were more wars. You can say that like he conspiracy, like you can say that there were people like saying that, but it never actually happened. So you can't just like, you know what I'm saying? Like you said that. What were you even saying?
What wars happened under the Biden-Harris administration?
I already told you. Hello?
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Obviously, bro.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. What month?
August 13th.
For sure. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I just think he's doing a lot better for immigration than anyone can do.
Okay. How's he doing better for immigration?
Because he's taking out the hola como estas.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Used to.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 14, but I only got one.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Ohio.
What time is it?
Currently it is 7:05.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2003.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Yeah, I'd vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I just agree on his immigration laws. I agree on his stance with abortion.
What state do you live in?
Jersey.
What time is it?
It's 1:06.
Okay. Could you name 3 cities in Jersey?
Yeah, Short Hills, Milburn, Randolph.
For sure, for sure. I thought you sounded British. So why do you support Donald Trump?
No, I am English. I am English, but I have a U.S. citizenship, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, like I was saying, I agree with his abortion stance. I agree with his stance on immigration.
What about immigration?
Yeah, I think we do need to tighten the border. I've heard your stance on it. You believe that we should give a pathway to citizenship. I don't think it's that easy. I don't think it should be that easy. Given that, in my opinion, this is the greatest country in the world, I think there should be an extensive background check. Just as I went through, just as multiple other people that have come to citizenships have gone through, I don't think you should necessarily skip the line and then be able to get a pathway after that. We've broken the rules. I think you should be able to restart and then go through that way. I think it causes a plethora of complications that really aren't needed. We already deal with so much as a country, and I think that's just something that we can, mitigate on.
Okay, so for people who are coming to the country, what would be wrong or what would be a detriment to our society by providing a pathway to citizenship for those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes?
Well, that's the thing. You see, you keep bringing that up. I mean,
like,
I don't think
here'd
it's
be
a
my
necessary
question.
argument.
Here'd be my question. Why would someone have to leave the country under the context of them having come to the country undocumented, but you would still support someone like Donald Trump,
Well,
who's
because
a convicted criminal?
You see, well, first off, it's setting a precedent, right? You are setting the law down, and you're making the rule very clear. Now, if you bend the law, or maybe a certain group of people that have already broken the law, that just it's kind of backwards on the whole law that's already set in itself. This is something that I think the country should hone in on and make it a very black and white ruling. And whoever's broken the law should temporarily maybe remove themselves from the country whilst they're going through the process. Or if they can get it done whilst they're in the country, I mean, so be it. But I don't see that happening. I don't see why we should use our resources to even get them to get to the offices or get them the resources to be able to get that citizenship. That's just unfair. That's us, have other people who are going through it legally to get their citizenship.
Yeah, and I would like to incentivize more people to go through the legal process by making the process quicker. But
Well,
that
not
doesn't mean that
necessarily.
I
You're not
believe that
incentivizing
undocumented
them.
immigrants should have to leave the country.
You're not incentivizing them. You're saying, yeah, you've broken the rules, so stay here. Let me accommodate you, and we'll
Yeah, that's
help you
fine.
get your.
The law was not justified.
That's not fine. Yeah, that's not fine. I mean, I really do think
you are
the
okay
left-
with Donald Trump doing that with January 6 violent rioters who beat police officers.
Yeah, but you were also okay with that when the BLM riots were going on. And
No, I
whatever
don't think
state
any
that-
person who engaged in any riot specifically should be like pardoned or anything, right? And what you're talking about is mostly peaceful protests, right? The idea that it's categorized as riots is insane.
I was speaking about the incident. I forget what state it was in, but the gas station incident.
Well, if there was any violence, I would disagree with any violence, right? In that specifically,
Okay,
in that
good.
context,
So then we agree.
right? There were Democrats not pardoning them. They were not pardoning people who have committed violence. So explain to me how it's something that you overlook in terms of Donald Trump, in terms of him pardoning violent
Why are
rioters
you
who beat police
bringing
officers.
up
Can I
Donald?
please
We're
finish?
speaking on the context of immigrants.
Am I
Why are
able
we
to
talking
finish?
about Donald Trump?
I don't know
but
what you're
bringing up
saying
Donald
currently.
Trump. Yeah, because you're not listening. Why are you bringing up
Because
Donald
you were
Trump
cutting
if
me
we're
off
talking
in the
about
middle of my
immigrants?
sentence.
Right, because you're bringing up something that's not in relevance to our conversation. You're bringing up Donald
It
Trump,
was in
which has
total
nothing to do
relevance.
with. Yeah, well, no, it's to curate your argument, which I think is already in bad faith when we're bringing up Donald Trump and we're speaking in regards to immigrants. I don't think
I'm
that's.
sorry, we're
not-
talking about why you support Trump, and you're telling me that Trump isn't relevant to that conversation? Explain to me how.
We're speaking
explain
about
to me how-
immigration. Are you
Yeah, and
okay
what
in
do
the
you
head?
say about immigration? You said specifically
That we should.
What?
That we should. They should come into the country through the legal process that we have currently.
So again, I'm saying the same type of standards that you apply onto undocumented immigrants should be the same type of standards that you apply to the president of the United States, and you don't do so. You were specifically saying, "Oh, how could we just be like, okay?" Or you're saying we were being accommodating to undocumented immigrants who have broke the law. But
Yeah.
Donald Trump's being accommodating to people who assaulted police officers on January 6th, who are literally engaging in insurrection at the Capitol.
Okay, I mean, why you don't really have to correlate those two sort of things. I mean, because I could use multiple examples of where the Democratic Party has maybe have done the same thing. We would really get nowhere with that sort of argumentation. And the left really, it's just always like, if I were to point to something, you just be like, okay, well, I don't,
It's to Donald Trump, and you accommodate crimes in terms of Trump. You're okay with Donald Trump doing that, but for some reason, it's such an issue specifically to
I never
accommodate
said that. I
undocumented
haven't
immigrants
mentioned
who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I have no issue with accommodating undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think the legal process should go quicker for undocumented immigrants. It should go quicker for people going
How
through the
should
legal
it go?
process.
What do you mean it should go quicker, bro? I mean, that's why I'm
The
having
legal
an
process
issue.
should not take so long. There are artificial barriers put in place by Republicans and by people on the right to limit people from being able to come into the country.
Okay, and what are those barriers?
Yeah, for example, like there are plenty of different things like civics tests that people have to take. There are time periods that people have to go through. They have to pay lots of money. The fact that it takes
what
5
do
to
you
7
mean
years
time
on
periods?
average, and it costs upwards of $10,000, it is the case that it's way too much.
What do you mean time periods? What do you mean by that? What time period? I haven't heard of that.
The average time period for people to get into the country is
No,
5 to 7
you said
years.
that you said the Republican Party has put in these blockades, including time periods.
Yes.
What mandate have they put in place? Like, what time period does someone applying for citizenship have to follow? I don't.
I just
I've
told you
never heard of
multiple
that.
times. The average.
That's an average. That's not like the that's not like an actual law. That's not like, oh, you have to wait 2-3 years before you get your citizenship. It's not an intentional.
So you want me to mention every single part of the process that makes it
No,
take
you said
5 to
no,
7
no,
years on
You
average?
said, okay, hold on. You said the Republican Party has created these like quote unquote
Yes,
laws
and
of
I gave you
blocking
examples.
out. Okay, no, you haven't. You just said
I did.
on average. You said on average it takes. Oh,
That was
yeah,
what I said
mean,
after I gave you examples. Did you listen to me at all?
What example? What example are you giving? Sorry.
So, for example, a civics test. That is a specific example for something that Republicans have advocated for, that people have to go through in order to be able to be in the country. I think the process that people should have to go through are specifically literally just health screenings, right, in order to provide people vaccines, things that they need, and also a background check. That's it. And the current process takes so long because we do not have enough
You
immigration
don't think they have to know
judges.
anything about the country that they're entering?
Can I keep going, or are you going to keep cutting me off halfway through my sentences?
You can calm down, but you can also continue as well.
I'm completely calm.
I don't think so, but go on.
How am I not calm? I'm literally just telling you to stop interrupting me.
No, that's all right. You can just go on.
Okay. So again, what was the claim that I was just making? Can you remind me?
You were speaking about how the Republican Party has advocated for civics testing. You don't think that's necessary for some odd reason?
Why is it necessary?
Well, I think whoever's applying to come into a country should know everything about the country before.
Okay, well then I'll ask you a few questions. Can you tell me how many branches of government are there?
There are 3 branches.
What are they?
Legislative, judicial, and executive.
What are the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
The 2 main aspects it's Congress and is to pass laws and to.
Wait, 2 main aspects? Congress. What are the 2 main aspects of Congress?
Is that even on the civics test? The Congress.
Yes.
I'm blanking on it at the moment. I can't remember.
You should have to know everything before you're allowed into the country.
No. I mean, if you're to take a test, usually as long as you understand the general basis of the test, that's pretty much like that's the main takeaway from it. If that makes sense.
How many people are in the Senate?
12. Oh, sorry,
No.
50. Sorry. Sorry, is it 50, 52, 50, somewhere around that ball?
Nope.
Well, I don't remember.
Okay, how many people are in the House of Representatives?
12.
Nope. So 100 and 435. Okay?
Okay, yep.
So I mean, I can keep going. I can keep asking you questions. What are the 5 freedoms granted to you through the context of the First Amendment?
5 freedoms granted to you.
I'll ask you for 2 of the 5. Sorry, I feel like 5 is too much.
Freedom of speech.
Okay, that's 1.
Freedom of press or something. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll give you those. Any other one you want to provide? Oh, one more.
I mean, you asked for 2, but yeah, you asked for 2. I gave the 2. I mean, but like I said, going back to my point, as long as you understand the general basis of it, I think that's what matters. Like, I took this test, about
the general
10,
basis of it? I mean, I
ago.
asked you a few things. You didn't know how many people were in the House of Reps. You didn't know how many people were in the House
Yeah,
of...
because I've forgotten.
or
I've
in the
forgotten
Senate.
that.
You didn't know the Senate and the House of Reps were literally the 2 main aspects of Congress? So, I mean, I don't think this is necessary for you to be able to legally immigrate to the country. I have no issue with that.
I mean,
do you see
like
my
I said,
point?
at the
Do you see
time
my
when
point that asking those
I don't
questions are super irrelevant?
No, I don't. Let me explain. Can I just explain? So, when I took this test 10, 15 years ago, I mean, I think it was good to know because when I went to university here, it did help me as well. I mean, I think it is. I think it is. It's just basic knowledge that you should know about, the country and your surroundings that you're in. I think
You
that's
don't
just
need
a
to know
practical
that.
thing to
The
do.
thing is, so you're saying it could be helpful.
You don't
Sure.
need to know that. Like, so you're saying some.
But you don't need to know it.
Why would you not need to know that? Why would you not need to know how your country?
You didn't need to know it. You don't know it. You don't know it. It's fine, right? Most Americans could pass the civics test.
I did know it. I passed the test.
Listen. Most Americans would not pass the civics test.
Right. Well, because but there's hold on. I mean, they're meant to learn it throughout their education through K through 12. That's the time period that they're supposed to learn it.
Well, they clearly didn't. So.
What do you mean they clearly didn't? You're just making up assumptions. I mean, look. You see, I think that's just a laughable take. To be honest, I think you should know the country and how it operates. And yeah, maybe it's not necessary to like remember it for like 20 years down the line, but as long as at some point you understand the general basis of it, I think that should be fine. Now, if you're saying that the civics test should be like modified in some certain way just to get those like, you know, basic points down for any citizens that's coming, that's completely fine. Modify the test a little bit. Maybe the extraneous, mic, or what's the word I'm looking for? Micro questions aren't really necessary, but the basics, yeah, of course you should know. You know, of course you should know those things. Now, of course, like I don't remember contents that I studied 10, 15 years ago, but you know, at the time, clearly I did, and I passed it. Just like I'm sure whatever degree that you studied, you wouldn't remember every single thing about what you studied, you know, in 6th grade or, you know, in college or, you know, whatever the case may be.
Okay, so then the point is that you don't need it for your daily life. It's not necessary information.
Right.
Now,
I never said
you say that it could be? Can I
life.
please finish? Can I please finish? So you could say that
I mean,
it could
if you
be,
keep missing, okay,
I'm going to just mute you. You could say that it could be helpful information that people might be, it might be useful for them, right, in plenty of context, but that doesn't mean that they need to have it in order to be able to legally enter the country. If we're talking about people legally entering the country, it should not be a forced element of the process. I also think that there should be more investments for immigration judges and for the court process to allow for the process to go significantly quicker, because the current process, again, takes too long because of those different types of things that Republicans have put in office, specifically to reduce the amount of people that are a part of the process to make it take even longer.
Okay, can I so I don't think it's needed to just come into the country. You don't need to know that information to get a visa. It's needed to get a citizenship, but not needed to come into the country. So
It's
I'd like
not
to correct
needed
you
to
on
be a
that point.
citizen. Sorry, let me clarify. It's not needed to be a citizen.
Right, yeah, good. That's what I meant. So, you know, you said it's needed to come into the country, that's not true.
I, again, have stated multiple times it's not needed to become a citizen. Do you agree with me? It's not needed to be a citizen, to become a citizen.
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Do you agree with me?
Yeah,
It's
that's
not needed to
I think
become a
you're on.
citizen.
I do. I know. I agree that there are certain contents that are needed. Yeah, to become a citizen. Yes, 100%. That's my point.
So again, what is needed? What certain things are needed?
Just the basics, the basic information about how how the country is found, how it operates in the legal system. You know, all that. Well, I mean, we've already. I mean, I don't want to go through what the civics test should keep in and should take out. I'm not in a position to do that. But like I said in the beginning, just so we can move on to another point, if it should be modified, then it should be modified. If that's your point, if you think there are contents in it that aren't really necessary, then make a new addition. You know, that's why new additions of exams.
There doesn't need to be a civics test in general. Like there's no need for it in general. I don't want a civics test.
So you're saying someone should just I just think that's absurd. I've never actually heard anyone say this point. So okay, I mean, so you're saying someone should walk into a house that you should. So would you buy a house that you've never seen before in your life? You know absolutely nothing about the house. You don't know how many rooms.
No.
I'm using an example. You're looking to buy a house, the house that you're prospecting to buy or live in. You don't know anything about the house. You don't know how many rooms are in the house. You don't know the context of the contents of the house, the metrics of the house. I think that's absurd that you think someone should just be able to walk into a place and know nothing about where they're going to be staying.
Should it be legal for someone to buy a house if they don't know what the house looks like or if they don't know anything about the house? Should that be legal?
Sure, it should be legal, but that's not my point. I think it's my point.
Okay, we're talking about the legal process of someone coming into the country. Someone does not need to know anything about how our government operates or anything like that in order to become a citizen, right?
But
there are plenty of citizens Can I please finish? Can I please finish? All right, I'm going to start muting you every single time. Like it's ridiculous at this point, right? Because I literally forget what I have to say. You go ahead and say what you were going to say because I just forgot.
Well, because I think you're just trying rubbish at this point. I think you should know there are basic or general knowledge questions. I should say it like that. There should be general knowledge questions about our government and whatever the case may be that a citizen should know. Now, I agree that they shouldn't know the nitty gritty of the content that they're studying, but they should have. You should be able to pass a general knowledge test. Every single, I mean, that's like a basic standardized testing ideology that you should know the general information of the content or whatever it is that you're going after. to say that we should completely remove that, I think that's absurd. I think that's a mad take. Now, again, if your point may be in the future, I think it should be the test should be modified, which I would 100% agree with. Modify, maybe make it a lot more condensed, and then move on from there. To say that it should be completely extradited is that's absurd. I think that's I'm sure take we agree on that. Like, I think that's a fair point. I agree that it should be condensed. There are contents that I believe aren't necessary, but as long as the main takeaway is being digested from whoever's studying the content, is all that matters.
Most citizens do not know this information. So I actually would say that it's not useful for there to be any type of process that someone has to go through in order to become a citizen, right? In terms of civics tests. Again, I've said this in a
so are you saying?
Wow, I do have to mute you every single time I speak.
I have to, because you go on these rants and I forget. I go
on these rants. You just spoke for like 3 times longer than I did.
Because you're going in circles. So do you think the history department? Do you think the history department for people in middle school or high school should be taken away? Do you think the citizens that are born in this country, do you think that they shouldn't have to learn about history of their country? Is that basically what you're advocating for?
I'm saying that this can be helpful or useful, but it should not be necessary in order for someone to become a citizen.
So you think it should be an elective, not a.
I think it's okay in the context of the K through 12 public system, because it's an elective to go through the system. You can go homeschool.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, you can choose to go homeschool, so it's elective.
Yeah, but whatever the case may be, let's just keep homeschooling out of the picture here. I'm saying people that go through the public.
You can't just keep that out of the picture. I'm just indicating that it's elective based upon that means. Therefore, it is the case that you could say to some degree that like it meets that standard. So yeah, I'm okay with it being in the context of school systems.
So you're okay with citizens having to learn that information?
Yeah, that being an option, absolutely.
So why should people applying to get that citizenship not have to know that information?
Because it's not necessary to become a citizen, but it is something important that someone could learn, right, within the context of an education system.
I'm so confused. So you think citizens should have to learn the information, but someone that is applying I said I have an option. I said I have an option. So you think citizens should have an option whether or not they should take a civics test or know information about?
So you understand that like the idea of civics is going to be in place in the context of our history courses already. So it's an element of history courses. Well, what's your point, though?
That is my point. My point is it's an element in history classes. So you're saying that a civics test is not necessary for someone that's applying for citizenship to take. So do you think?
Yes. So then are you saying that they'll have to take an English course? Are you saying that they're going to have to take specifically all the different courses K through 12?
Well, yeah, there are. I'm pretty sure you do have to. You mean what do you mean by that?
No, I don't think you should have to do any of those things. You should not have to take any of those courses. Do you think they should have to take mathematics exams? Like we do in the context of K through 12.
But that's not.
Why are you conflating?
Let
me please finish. Why are you conflating specifically what people learn through K through 12 to be what people have to learn coming through the country?
If you think that's what my point is, then you've completely missed my point. If you think that's what my point, do you seriously think that's my point? My point is, you said I was critiquing your point. My point was, you said that citizens that are in this country don't really know that information. That's just maybe up to whoever is teaching them, or just the person who's interpreting that information, not studying the material that well. You're saying that my point basically is that if a citizen is mandated to learn that type of information, specifically just history, which I think you should know, that's why it's in American citizens curriculum. Why shouldn't an immigrant have to also know that basic information that is taught?
Well, I think that's a ridiculous way of specifically looking at education, because people don't have to learn mathematics to that degree. People don't have to learn biology to that degree. People don't have to learn any of the other elements, right, specifically of the context of our K through 12 public education system, right, in order to be able to get into the country through the context of citizenship. So obviously I'm going to view it differently than what we specifically have with citizenship, as we wouldn't have them take the entirety of sets of courses.
So let me ask you this. Then maybe you've made me confuse my point, but I think my point was very, very clear. But so what do you think, as someone that's applying for a U.S. citizenship, what do you think they should do? Just keep it concise for me if you can.
Yeah, I've already said this. I think it should specifically health screenings to help people get access to vaccines if they don't have access to them already, and then also specifically what's it called, a background check. And that's all I believe that they're.
So just make sure that they're healthy and they haven't committed any crimes. Practically, that's it. And so they shouldn't know anything about the country at all. You don't think that should be like a prerequisite?
What's up?
You don't think it has to be a prerequisite to know anything about the country or go through any type of testing in that regard?
Nope.
Okay, well, I think that's a mad take, but I guess we'll agree to disagree.
How is it a bad take?
I said it's a mad take, but because I think that's something that citizens, as citizens, you know, that's something that, as a natural born citizen, that's something that's an education that you receive. So I think someone that's for citizenship, that's also, you know, that's something that you should also.
He's actually just going to make the same point. What was my response to that point?
Right, but you're speaking about K-12 and multiple different classes in a general point. I'm just trying to hone in specifically on this point regarding the civics test.
If you're saying K through 12 is the reason why they need to learn civics because civics is within K through 12, then why don't you say that about all the other classes K through 12? Why is it just civics?
Mate, because I'm not talking, because that's not what you have to. You don't have to go through a mathematics test for a citizenship.
Exactly.
So
exactly my point.
What do you mean exactly? What do you mean exactly? That's not your point, mate.
That's my point.
What do you mean exactly? So then that point makes no sense. That's not what I'm
exactly.
referring to.
We don't use math tests, right? So it is the case that we shouldn't use a civics test.
No, what? That's not my point. That's
actually exactly what your point was. Your point was K through 12 has this, therefore we should also have it in the context of our immigration processes. And I'm saying that's a ridiculous point because we do not apply it to other classes.
No. But my point is because the reason why we should learn about civics is because it is what the country is founded on. It is that's how we operate. That's, you know, how our legal system works. You know, getting a basic understanding of that is what is needed. It is already inferred that you've maybe learned mathematics or whatever the case may be in other countries, and that I don't think is really necessary to roam about the country that you're in. If someone were to get into legal trouble, they can easily argue, "Oh, well, I had no clue about this. I'm just a citizen holder from a different country." Does that make sense? Like they can just argue, "Oh, you know, I just never learned this. You know, blah blah blah. Like I have no understanding of this going on." So how would you uphold, I guess, legal cases if that were to occur?
Repeat your question. Sorry, I didn't understand.
Let's say someone were to get, so if the civics, or let's say a citizenship is based on the two criteria that you named, a background check and making sure the person's healthy, and then they were to, you know, in the future get into a legal kerfuffle and they turn around and they say, "Hey, like I never really learned about this. I didn't know that I had to buy these certain laws or whatever the case may be because I never learned about it." How do you think a court should approach it then? Because the reason why we have a civics test, I believe, is them
not understand. Are you saying because they don't understand what the law is, it is the case that they shouldn't specifically be held accountable for the law? Okay, so then you can have prescriptions for people to have access to get the connotation of the law, but there shouldn't be a specific test that they'd have to engage in, and if they don't specifically pass, that they should then be not allowed in the context of the citizenship. Because not every citizen knows every single law as well. There are plenty of laws specifically that exist in terms of citizens that they don't understand as well, and if they were to claim that they didn't know specifically, it still wouldn't be the case that we wouldn't hold them accountable, right?
Right. I mean, I think you're just missing my point. I don't think. I mean, whatever. I guess.
Then you can clarify. You said not to assume things, so just go ahead and clarify.
No, I think it was pretty clear. Like, I mean, I think the premise of the civics test is just to understand the lay of the land and the rule of the law. Yeah, and I think that if you think we should completely extradite that, and someone were to get into legal trouble in the future, and you know they were to get in trouble with the law, they can easily turn around and say they have no, you know, knowledge about that said law.
Okay, so how is that a response to anything I just said? Because I literally just addressed that.
Right, because that's the I think that's the reason for the civics test, and you're saying
no,
I don't really understand. What do you mean by that? No,
it's not. It's not a reason for a civics test.
It's not a reason. You don't think that's a reason for the
No,
civics test?
it'd be a reason to provide educational resources on how the law operates, but not specifically to test
Right.
people to say
Getting
that if people do not
education
pass this test, right, that they specifically will not be allowed into the country. You can provide resources for people, given that they're coming to the country, provided by the state. Be like, oh, here's extra information if you want to look through it.
And who's actually going to look through that? Be serious here.
Wait,
who's actually going to look?
So you saying that people decided not to look through it? Well, then that's going to be based upon their own choices, right? That's their determination.
No, but I get citizenship.
You're cutting out.
I mailed you a 500-page manual on how you're going to sit through that and read that on your own. You're frozen on my screen.
Well, I think that when you're going into certain areas, you have to look at like the different types of laws that could prohibit you from engaging in particular actions, and that would be important to look at. And that ignorance of a law doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to be held accountable for that law. There are plenty of people that don't know that certain things are illegal in the United States yet are held accountable.
Right. Well, because they're citizens, so it's already inferred that they know.
No,
that's
it's
sweet. Is that your girlfriend? What do you mean it's not inferred?
It's not inferred that they know.
It is. As a citizen, of course it is inferred that you know. That's. What do you mean by that?
Say that again.
What do you mean, as a citizen, it's not inferred that we are? It's not inferred that we should abide by the law. We have knowledge of the law.
Not everyone in the United States knows this. There are people that can claim that who are U.S. citizens.
Right, but if they still break the law,
I would love for you to respond.
Right,
I would love for you to respond to that specific point.
No, well, that point that you just made earlier, that rant that you just went on, my service cut out there, so I actually didn't hear it. It was like sped up, so I couldn't actually hear what you were saying to that point. If you like to repeat it, or if you just want to move on, I'm not making that up. You actually just sped up there, so I didn't hear a single thing that you made up to that follow-up point. But if you'd like to move on, that's fine. But if you want to repeat it as well, that's also fine.
Do you think that the civics test goes through every single thing in the context of our law?
No, but I think it does cover a general basis of it.
Okay. So if someone were not to know a specific law, would them claiming ignorance about that law mean that they shouldn't be held accountable?
Regarding a specific law, no, I don't think so. But like I said, I think it.
So then why are you applying this standard to me, but you're not willing to apply it to yourself when the same conditions are true?
Well, because you're speaking about a specific law. I'm speaking in general, right? Like I'm just speaking on a general sense.
What? If the civics test doesn't have that in it anyway, how is it a critique to my perspective?
Okay. Well, then maybe that's a fault in my argument. I think the point that I made was pretty clear. Maybe, my vocab, or I'm verbalizing it in a way that someone else maybe could to help you understand. So I guess we'll just have to move on. I don't know how else to explain my point to you, really, but I think it's pretty clear. You're saying that we should expedite the civics test, which I think covers some contents of how legal mechanism.
Tell me, what's necessary within the civics test? Give me a specific that's necessary in the civics test.
Like knowing how many states there are, knowing like who your president is, like knowing,
I don't think any of those are necessary to become a citizen. I mean, I've had people on my live stream not be able to answer those questions. I'm not trolling. There was someone on my live.
Well, I mean, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been taught. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been taught. Like maybe that's just there. That's just there. I mean, I think you should know. Basically, I think you should definitely know like who the first president of the country is. I don't think maybe you should have to know. I think you should know.
I don't think that's relevant at all. I don't care. I don't care if they know or don't know George Washington's name. Like that's ridiculous.
So you think it should just be you should just have people roaming this country without having any sort of like connection to what it is that they're, to the country itself?
I don't have an issue with that. Do you have an issue with tourists being in the country that don't know these things?
No, but they're not like, they're not. See, that's just a crazy point. I'm not, obviously not. Like, clearly not. I mean, I think this is just
You asked if I was okay with people roaming in the streets, specifically that don't know these things, and then you said that you're okay with it.
Specifically citizens.
Why does it matter? Why does it, wait, why? So citizens are the only ones roaming the streets?
What are you doing here? We're speaking about immigration, so obviously I'm speaking about citizens. I'm not speaking about tourists. Can we, have a a consistent
no,
dialogue here. You're just gonna jump.
you said roaming the streets, correct?
Right. It's inferred that I'm speaking about citizens if the context of our conversation is about immigration.
Okay, but you said roaming.
I don't
want
to play this mental merry-go-round with you. If this
no,
is
I don't know. You're the
do.
one playing it. You're the one playing it. You said roaming the streets. You were trying to do that.
Okay. All right, mate. Sure.
Yeah, that was like a rhetorical tactic on your behalf.
Sure. I guess these are the debate tactics that you take up on. So your stance on abortion.
Okay.
I'd like to clarify what it is.
Just think the galaxy. Actually, can I thank a few people real quick?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
For sure. I'm going to thank some people real quick. I need to catch up. It's been a while. I actually haven't caught up this whole stream, so I do actually really apologize, everyone.
Someone asked me who's our 34th president. I believe that would be Donald J. Trump, isn't it?
Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Give me some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now. Jesse, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Holly, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Valerie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Valerie. Lexi, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Lexi. Juliana, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Libby with the $50. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Libby as well in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Libby. Wendy, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Why are you cutting me off, man?
Sorry, I was just having a dialogue with you.
Cool. I'm going to kick you. Braden, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Kate, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Eugene, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Karen, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lewis, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Francisca, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. And Brandy, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me check on YouTube as well. Catch up on YouTube, and then we're going to go on to the next person. Libby, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, one thing with the civics test is that, it wasn't actually a thing that it was being added to high schools until recently, right? It was actually something that was typically only in colleges, really, like a specific civics test, right? Civics class, I mean. Ishmael, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Dank, thank you for the $2. Vic, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Josh for the $5. Thank you. Libby with the $10. Fruit, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ron, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for the $10, Carolina. Thank you. Chase, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Linus, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Linus. Saints for the $10. Thank you so much. Rand, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. As well as Jeff, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. One second. All right. Santana is doing something, and then he was going to come through here in a bit, everyone. He's, I think he was going to the store real quick to grab some stuff. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, Parker, I got back in, bro. What's up, dude?
Have I talked to you before?
Oh, yeah, we did talk.
I don't know why you'd say that. Good job. Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you for letting me know. I actually really appreciate it. That actually means a lot because, people have been lying to me today like crazy. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no, but I support the Phillies.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
Say that again, sir?
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July 31st.
You'd be 19. And by the way, for Ryan in the comment section, I would love for you to read the rules real quick, and then say the same thing that you're saying in the comment section. Read the rules real quick. Yo, what's up, Aldi?
What's up, Parker? How are you, buddy?
Good. How old are you?
Yo, I was born 2005, April the 20th.
And how old are you?
That's 20, you dumbass.
But I'm asking how old you are. I'm trying to make sure that you were able to do it correctly.
I didn't know
do
you were
support
that
Donald
dumb,
Trump?
buddy.
Do you support Donald
Yes,
Trump?
I do.
Okay, why
I
so?
love Donald Trump, buddy. Why so? Because he's the greatest president that has ever lived.
And why do you think that?
Because look at our border right now, bro. We are very good. No more, not as much illegals coming through, buddy.
Undocumented.
And when
Yeah,
we don't have that coming through anymore.
So the border that Biden inherited was actually less secure than the border he handed over to Trump. How do you feel about that one?
No. That is false, buddy. When Biden was on, there were so many illegals coming in our country.
Undocumented immigrants. Are you Canadian?
No, I'm not Canadian. Why?
What state do you live in?
Oklahoma.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 12.
12 what?
12:48, buddy. Are you dumb?
Okay, what's the capital of Oklahoma?
I don't know, buddy. Why don't you tell me since you're so freaking
Do you want your
smart?
own country to be annexed, bro?
You know what? I just know that Trump is better. Prove me wrong. Let's
Wait,
hear
I'm sorry.
from
Do you
Why
want
is-
Trump?
why-
Do
why-
you want Trump to annex your country?
No, I love Trump.
So you want him to annex your country?
I don't even know what you mean by NX, bro. Talk normal language.
And he was trying to call me dumb. Come on, man. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Hey, Ryan, did you read the rules yet?
You ready to debate, Parker?
Did you read the rules? Can you read the
Hey,
rules? for me?
question.
He didn't read the rules. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
July 27, 2000.
Okay, so if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I'd support Trump because I care about results.
Is there a way you can get a little bit
Discretion.
closer to your microphone? It's kind of really hard to hear you.
Oh, okay. How about now? Can you hear me now?
It's still kind of muffled, but you can try.
Yeah. So under his administration before the pandemic, you had like record low unemployment.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. What was your birth year?
2000.
And you said you were how old?
I'm 25.
Okay. I don't know why people are saying that would be 26. Chat, what? Okay. You were saying?
Yeah, like we have record low unemployment, like so Black and Hispanic Americans.
I'm sorry. It's actually
wages were
really
rising.
hard to hear you, man. It's actually like almost impossible. It's like really muffled. Maybe it's the phone or something.
Maybe. How about now? Is it working now? Is it good?
I can make out what you're saying mostly, but it's like kind of hard, especially if you like in general.
How about now? Is it better
go
now?
For it. Sure, go for it.
Okay, so wages were rising, energy prices were low because the U.S. was energy independent and inflation was under control. Compare that to today, we had higher gas and groceries and housing costs. So if I had to go back in time and choose between Trump and Kamala, it's not even close. Trump has a proven track record of putting America's economy and security first. So Kamala was never at that level, even as vice president. Kamala.
So wages are actually rising at a lower rate under Trump's administration since he got in office. We're actually less energy independent because he's got a lot of the funding for the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest in renewable investment in renewable energy ever. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we had the largest level of production of oil of any country ever, and the largest level of investment in renewable energy ever. And then in terms of inflation has gone out of control since Trump imposed the tariffs in April. It's gone up to 2.9%, and even the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, indicated that even though they're decreasing interest rates, that's going to put upward pressure on prices. But they have to do that because of the fact that the jobs report was so bad that it could lead to stagflation.
Okay. Oh, that's a good point. So you said wages are raising at a lower rate since Trump left office and we're less energy independent. And then under Biden, we had the highest oil production and renewables. So inflation was out of control because Trump put in tariffs. It hit 2.9%. And then Jerome Powell indicated stagflation risk, even if lowering rates. That was your point, right?
Yeah, even though he's lowering rates, so that's why he had to lower rates, because there was a greater risk of stagflation if he didn't do so, because of the fact that there wasn't growth in the economy to the degree that we would need. But then there was also a huge risk of inflation because inflation has been trending up since April. So they're willing to risk inflation going up even more than it would otherwise because the jobs report was so bad. So it's just really bad indicators across the economy.
Okay.
Y'all lying, bro.
And then,
you're lying.
Okay, so
who just said that?
And then I don't know. Somebody else got on. No,
Okay, you're talking shit, man. Why are you lying like that to people?
How am I lying?
The economy is doing great, man. Like, why are you telling lies all day long like that? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I just gave basic facts about how the economy is not doing well. Also, what state do you live in?
The economy is doing great. Miami, Little Haiti. Yeah, so you're telling lies, man.
Okay, I found him on the multi-guest thing. I don't know how he got on the live.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Go ahead, continue. What were you saying?
So my rebuttal. Okay, so feel free to call me out or correct me or anything. So wages. So yes, nominal wages under Biden did go up, but like real wages, like after inflation, have barely budged or even declined at times. So under Trump, pre-COVID wage growth outpaced inflation, so people's paychecks actually stretched further. And then for energy independence, Biden presided over high oil production, true, but that was largely on the momentum of pre-approved Trump leases and private drilling. And at the same time, Biden canceled Keystone XL, and that restricted the new drilling on federal lands.
There were more approved under Biden, by the way. There were more drilling permits approved under Biden. We can also point to the idea in terms of Trump. Just because his first term had good conditions prior to COVID, especially does not show for his next administration, especially because of the difference based upon tariffs. So tariffs are significantly worse, right, for inflation, for GDP, for unemployment, as so far. And we've even seen real manufacturing investment decline since Trump got in office, when it massively increased under Biden. And it declined under Trump's first term as well.
Okay. Well, so sorry. And then, so you said there were more drilling permits approved under Biden than Trump. Tariffs worsened inflation, GDP, and unemployment. And then manufacturing declined under Trump, but has improved under Biden, right? Mm-hmm. Is that what? Okay. So I would say that permits don't equal production. Biden did issue many permits, but he also restricted pipelines, federal leasing, and regulatory certainty. Energy companies themselves say approvals don't mean much if the overall policy environment discourages long-term investment. But under Trump, the U.S. became a net energy exporter for the first time in decades. So that would be the real measure of independence. And then on tariffs and inflation, Trump's tariffs may have nudged prices in specific sectors, but overall inflation under him averaged below 2%. Under Biden, inflation hit 9.1%. That's the worst in 40 years, crushing real household income. And we can't pin that on Trump's tariffs then. But for GDP and unemployment pre-COVID, Trump's GDP growth hit 3% in 2018, and then unemployment reached a 50-year low of 3.5%. Under Biden, post-COVID, the rebound was natural, right, after shutdowns, but growth slowly sharped by 2023 and 24, while inflation stayed high. So that's why Powell flagged stagflation risk in the first place. And for manufacturing, Trump brought in the U.S. MCA trade deal and reshored jobs. Manufacturing output dipped during the global pandemic, not because of his policies, but Biden's numbers improved partly because of reopening and massive government subsidies. But factory construction has slowed again recently, so Trump's policies aimed at long-term competitiveness, but Biden's are short-term sugar highs funded by trillions in spending.
So Trump signed off on more debt-related spending according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, which is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. You said permits don't equal production, but the original point that I brought up was production, and then you brought up permits as a dispute to that. So not only was production at the highest level we've seen of any country ever, but permits were also approved to a greater extent. And then you brought up distribution in terms of the pipelines. That was actually Biden following through with a Supreme Court order from the Supreme Court. So that was for a Canadian-owned pipeline, XL portion of the pipeline, Keystone Pipeline, Canadian-owned pipeline. So Donald Trump would have actually tariffed the oil that was coming into our country. And that's also not production. That would just be distribution into our country from Canada. So again, we would have tariffed that under Trump's admin if it were actually in effect, but it wouldn't have been in effect because it was shut down by the Supreme Court and Biden just followed through with the order. And then next, and then net energy exporter doesn't indicate that we're energy independent to a greater extent. I don't know why that would be the specific measure that you're looking at. We would want to look at level of output relating to energy that the U.S. could produce, and that would take into account renewable energy production and oil production, along with other sorts of things. Inflation, you said it was 9% under Biden, yes, but that was due to COVID, not specifically due to the Biden-Harris administration. Donald Trump's policies in particular cause inflation, whereas Donald Trump's policies, or Kamala Harris's policies, would not be the ones causing inflation. We would have actually seen rates decline at a natural rate because of the fact that the Federal Reserve can bring them down because there wasn't a risk of inflation. And then in terms of unemployment, it was 3.5% under Trump in 2019 prior to COVID, but it was 3.4% two separate months under the Biden-Harris administration, and Donald Trump's policies have increased unemployment since Trump got in office. It's gone from 4% to 4.3%.
4 to 4.2%. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, makes sense. So then you would say Trump signed off debt related to nonpartisan permits. Permits don't equal production, but Trump used it as a dispute. And then pipelines were Canadian-owned, not U.S. independence. Energy exports don't mean independence. And then inflation did hit 9% under Biden, but Trump's tariffs cost us 2.35% pre-COVID inflation versus 0.24 under Biden. So Trump's unemployment went from 4 to 4.3%. That was your point, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a good point. So my rebuttal with that would have to be for the permits and the production. True permits aren't production. That's correct. But Trump created a pro-drilling environment, opened federal lands, supported Keystone XL, cut regulations. That policy climate drove investment confidence. Biden's record permits didn't stop. Yeah, go ahead.
What regulations did he cut?
Oh, what? For the permit, okay, yeah. Are you saying deregulation or regulation?
Yeah, what regulations did he cut? Which means deregulation. You can ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, no, I'm just taking notes.
Oh,
I'm
totally. That was totally you just taking notes. Yeah. Even though I just said one thing.
Yeah. I mean, I would say he was focused on rolling back the Obama era regulations across energy and the environment and business.
Which specific ones?
For energy and environment. So he repealed the Clean Power Plan, and then he replaced it with the Affordable Clean Energy Rule, and that gave states more leeway instead of strict carbon caps. And then he approved the Keystone XL and Dakota Access pipelines later. That was
so. What did it do that bettered the conditions? Because the regulations were important for reducing pollution, right? Those particular caps were actually one of the most effective mechanisms for increasing social welfare, right, and reducing the negative impacts from pollution.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Great.
Well, let's separate intended outcomes from actual results. So, air and water quality still improved, even with Trump's rollbacks. U.S. emissions of major pollutants like sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides.
Not because of Trump.
That kept declining.
That was thanks
to. But that was because of technology upgrades and state standards and market forces like the natural gas replacing coal.
Due to investments that already existed under the Obama administration. Plus, we can even look at the regulation standards that exist in the context of California, because California is such a huge aspect of the market. It can actually create conditions for producers in the very first place where they don't want to produce two different products for the market, so they'll just produce one product that relies on less pollution.
Okay.
Because of California. So there's plenty of different aspects of how regulations are actually beneficial for the societal welfare, right, of the conditions. So when I mean societal welfare, I just mean, like, for example, if a company pollutes into a river, right, it would save them money because they get rid of the waste that they had, they offload it, and they wouldn't have to go through a more expensive, costly mechanism of getting rid of the waste. So they save money. So from their perspective, they would want to do that. But it harms the rest of society, meaning that people who specifically use that river, all right, their health is going to be negatively impacted. So overall, there's going to be more costs in terms of people's health than there would be benefits, right, specifically for the company in terms of them having lower levels of waste removal costs. Parker versus ChatGPT.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you, so yeah, I mean, I mean, you make a good point. Nobody argues companies should be free to dump toxins, right? There's like environmental laws like the Clean Water Act that already forbid that, and then rolling back excessive regulations is different from eliminating basic protections. So Trump's approach targeted redundant, costly rules, not the core laws that stop river pollution. There's also the cost-benefit balance. It's true. That's unchecked policy pollution harms society, but overregulation has cost too, like higher energy bills, fewer jobs, slower growth. So Trump's position was keep strong safeguards in place, but cut rules that add huge costs with minimal extra benefit. And
we would agree. We would agree if that was actually the case. Like if it was actually not providing a benefit and it was just imposing a cost, then we would agree with getting rid of it. But you'd have to be specific with which ones they are, because most regulations do not operate that way, and that's why we have the regulations in the first place. No one wants a just like useless regulation. Why would we advocate for that?
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, no one wants that. And which ones actually added costs, like without clear benefit, right? And then Trump targeted those. Like the Waters of the United States rule. The WOTUS, Obama's EPA expanded federal authority to regulate even like small ponds, ditches, and puddles on private land. And then farmers and landowners face thousands in compliance costs. So Trump scaled that back while still protecting major waterways. And then there's the methane rules, right?
Those small areas affect larger waterways. Even if they're on private land, they still are going to affect other types of water systems. They're going to affect the environment in other ways that affect agricultural conditions, right? So there's plenty of different things that we could take into account in terms of the safety regulations as to why they should even exist on private lands, right? That would be important as well. Everywhere in the country these should exist because it's going to negatively impact other people, right? There's downstream effects. There's so many different things we can take into account.
Wow. You make a good point. You make a good point, Parker. Yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to really level out the atmosphere because like there was just a bunch of weird things with the other people going on, but it's really good to have a good dialogue on this, Parker. I think you really have good talent. So keep it up, man. You got this. This.
I appreciate.
I don't care about any sides. I don't care about any sides. Politics will always be politics. So, but yeah, keep it up.
You should care about my side. You should join the light side, man.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Parker.
We'll see you later, ChatGPT. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Rami, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I should have. ChatGPT would have had no response. That's so funny. All right, I'm gonna thank some people here real quick, and then we're gonna go on to the next person. Feisty, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Ryan with the £2. Thank you so much. Feisty, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Josh with the $2. Julie, thank you so much for the $10. Rachel with the $5. Libby with the $10. Thank you. This was Libby. Thank you for the $5. By the way, I just want to clarify. Some random guy that just has no idea about politics looking things up on ChatGPT did better than like 99% of the guests that come up on my stream. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, man? Dude, hell. Oh my god. Oh. Ryan, thank you for the £2. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Joe, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. No clue. I think it depends on the individual on how many points it gets to be able to convince them. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Sammy, thank you so much for the $5. Steph, thank you so much for the $1. Emily, thank you for the $5. Yes, I absolutely have. Definitely thought about it. Crystal, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Oh, the YouTube, people can't join up on YouTube. So the rules are only on TikTok because people can only join up through the multi-guest on TikTok. There is no option on YouTube, sadly. As well as Samantha, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Can we have some W's for Samantha in the comment section right now? Barbara, thank you for the $2. W's for Samantha, thank you so much. W's for Samantha, thank you. Absolutely, that's so important. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're awesome.
Thank you. Let's go on then. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump? Do you support Donald?
I don't.
Okay, nice. That's great. That's great. That's great. Incredible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm just doing my psych homework. I just thought you could give me some motivation.
You're gonna be the very best that no one ever was. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
April 4th, 2007.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I would say Donald Trump, but I will say this. Over the past couple of weeks, Donald Trump has, kind of made poor decisions. I will not lie. He's not living up to the standards that the Republican Party needs or what the Democratic Party needs either, I believe. It's time we get a new candidate. We need a new candidate pretty badly. With everything that happened to Charlie, I just don't think he handled that properly whatsoever. I don't think that they have done what they needed to. But I do believe he was a better choice than Kamala. At the time.
Why do you still believe that to this day?
Well, I guess I would say I feel like he's done more for our economy than she could have. I mean, with the Biden administration, our economy was constantly in debt. And I'm not going to sit here and say that, Trump hasn't put us in some weird spots as well, because he has. But I think for a money standpoint, we've been better with Trump. I do believe that our country has sort of grown with Trump, but I don't believe he's done the best job of what he needs to do. I'm still trying to figure out who the Republicans need to nominate in 2028, because I don't know if it should be Vance. I really don't. But
you could turn off the TV in the background. Also, so as it relates to this, Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. He actually signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending comparative to the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, the reason my beliefs are in Trump, and I guess at this point it's kind of fading away, I guess you could say, is I am a Christian, just like Charlie was, and so I thought he reflected our views the best. But the further it's gone, I feel like he hasn't, supported that community as much as he could. And also, as a whole for our country, just the people around, I feel like we need somebody better. I don't know. Who do you think it should be in 2028 for the Democratic nominee and the Republican nominee? That's my question.
Well, I don't have a say on the Republicans because I'm not a Republican. I don't like any of them, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah,
but if we want to talk about the Democrats, I would prefer like a progressive like AOC. That'd be fantastic. Now, in terms of, or even James Tallarico, I think he's really cool. I don't know if he'd run for presidency though. For being Christian, Kamala Harris is also Christian. I would argue that Donald Trump isn't actually as much upholding Christian ideals as Kamala Harris. I think that Donald Trump said that he specifically never asked God for forgiveness, right? Which would actually be antithetical to the idea of repentance. He couldn't name his favorite Bible verse. He didn't know the distinction between the New and Old Testament. There's plenty of things we could point to there.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, I don't think he's reflected my views as good as he should have. And I thought he did a phenomenal job in 2016. From 2016 to 2020, this has been a letdown compared to what it was, in my opinion. A huge letdown. Do I think he's been absolutely terrible? No. But I do think we need a change on the Republican side. And I think the Democratic side also needs to start going through some changes as well. I think that they need to handle things a lot differently than they have been. But the last thing I was going to say is, and I know you're big on this too, you're a big free speech guy, right? Freedom of speech for both sides, correct?
Yeah, I believe in a general freedom of speech.
Right. So I think when they canceled Jimmy Kimmel, that was not the right move. I thought that was stupid. He should not have got canceled for what he was canceled for.
And the same thing with what they're trying to do with what's their names, Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. Both sides, it makes zero sense. Okay, I don't care what you say. You should have the freedom of speech. That's what America was built on, right? So, on both sides of the aisle, you agree generally that freedom of speech is okay as long as it's not hate related, right?
I don't think the president was the one getting YouTube to do that. I think YouTube did that themselves. Do I support YouTube doing that? I have no issue with YouTube doing that. That's not against freedom of speech. That's actually their own company protocol, and you can do that with a company. You can have your own setup. And do I think that Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes should be able to like grow huge platforms? No, like I think that's bad. Right?
I got you, but
I think
do you believe
Nick Fuentes is a huge threat? Like he's a really bad person, right? He's literally he's a white supremacist, right? So I definitely don't think that like he should be on these platforms. So the private businesses should specifically not do so. But do I think that like freedom of speech from a legal perspective should be taken away? No. But like I mean I do think that like these private companies, right, have their own policies, and their own policies should restrict them.
Right. And so you think that it was okay that ABC, suspended Jimmy for the amount of time that they did?
So it's okay from a legal perspective. Do I agree with them doing that would be a different sort of prescription.
I got you.
I would probably agree with it with the context of Nick Fuentes, but like someone like Jimmy Kimmel, I don't think he should be taken down. But from a legal perspective, can they do it if it's their choice? Yes, they can do that. Mm-hmm. That's totally their 100% decision. Now, my issue would be the government, like Donald Trump and the Trump administration, then getting them and forcing them and coercing them into circumstances where they take them down. That's a big issue because it seems to me like they're stepping into it, stepping out, kind of letting things happen, and then they're just going to go and clamp down on everything. And Trump's even said himself, if he could make TikTok 100% MAGA, he would. That's problematic. You know what I mean? Like, he shouldn't even be saying that.
But I will say, after the whole Charlie thing happened, I don't know if this was just me that noticed this, but for some reason, both sides of the political parties, they both seem like they're big on censorship right now. And I don't get it. I really don't get it. I mean, I guess it's because they want to protect our country. They don't want people saying things that are out of the way about the situation or about any other situation. But to me, it feels like the Republicans and the Democrats have both seeked censorship for whatever reason, which again, like you said, like if the companies want to do that, like YouTube, ABC, whatever, that's fine. But like from a general like censorship standpoint, like Gavin Newsom, he came out and said he wants to pass a bill that you can be charged if it's like put as hate speech or claimed to be hate speech. So my question for that is, what is specifically classified as hate speech and freedom of speech? Because if someone's like what Charlie,
I didn't hear Gavin say this. I'd have to see the conditions. I mean, I agree. That's a question that everyone would ask: is what qualifies under the context of hate speech? Because Donald Trump's definition of hate speech is going to be radically different from Gavin Newsom's definition of hate speech. Right?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because like
I'm assuming it's relating to threatening speech. Like if there's threatening speech, well then that's definitely something that shouldn't be allowed. And currently under the free speech laws, that's not allowed.
Yeah, it was a couple days ago when he had the speech about it. He said he's pushing for the bill to be passed, but he said that there was no context behind it at all. That's what I'm confused about. He just basically said if it's hate speech, he wants to make it where a bill can be passed to where you can be charged like in prison for whatever amount of time. But there was like no context behind it, which kind of confused me. So my question is like exactly what you said. The Democrats have a different point of view than the Republicans do and vice versa, right? So what would be classified as hate speech? Because I'm not going to agree with some things you say. You're not going to agree with some things I say, but we don't hate each other, right? So what are they trying, like, what are the Republicans and Democrats, like, why are they trying to censor us so much? Like, why is it's not just one side either. It's both sides. They are seeking censorship for whatever reason. It's either the Democrats' way or the Republicans' way. And it feels like there's no choice anymore. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think that that's because people have different perspectives on what they think is like harmful rhetoric and what they think shouldn't be allowed in terms of speech. And that's a conversation that's already existed. And I think that, like that people are just having greater conversations about this because of Donald Trump imposing restrictions on free speech, right? Especially through the context of putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. So I think actually Donald Trump right now is this conversation wasn't as prevalent until Donald Trump started doing this. Like, does it make sense? I think it's Trump's.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I can see where you're coming from that standpoint. I do feel like we got to get back on the track in our country to where everybody has a choice, right? And I feel like whoever's in charge, whether Republican or Democrat, it's either their way
or the highway. There's no in between. I feel like politics as a whole right now, they're all crooked. That's where I'm looking at it right now.
So then here's my point, is that Trump is the one that has corroded our system from being able to engage with each other and meaningfully create like legitimate and good compromise, right? And being able to, put the country towards a better perspective. Trump is the extremism that has limited us from being able to do that. Whether it be what he's done on January 6th, with denying the results of the election, his anti-science rhetoric, the fact that he was specifically held civilly liable of sexual abuse, that he brags about walking in the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they're in changing rooms. All of those things are such extreme perspectives, right, to support and to defend. So if we want to like be against the divisiveness, the polarization, right, then we wouldn't want to support someone like Trump. And that's why I advocate every single day against someone like Trump, because he irreparably has harmed the discourse in this country.
Yeah, I got you. And I think your opinion should be, out there. And I feel like talks like this, debates like this is what makes America great. That's why I'm happy to live here, is that we can talk like this. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, this is
you're
so
very
important.
respectful, but there's really a lot. Important. Yeah, and there's a lot of Democrats and Republicans that are not like this. They cannot have civil debates. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just constantly yelling at each other. That's not what our country needs, especially in this point after what all is going on. But I appreciate you, answering my questions. I hope you have a great day and you continue to debate and use your ability of free speech, because that's what our country needs.
Appreciate you, Michael. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. I'll be praying.
Oh, thank you. I just heard you. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you. We love those conversations. Those are really important. I'll also have conversations where I end up yelling back at people. That does happen. There are people on the internet that, do make me respond that way. But I always appreciate having conversations like that. I think it's super important. I think that's the bedrock of a functioning society, is to have civil discourse and debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
05, 16, 2006.
16. Okay. 05, 16. Okay. Yeah. So you said you're 19. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I really did.
Driving?
To be honest. No, I'm in the passenger seat.
For sure.
I really supported him because of the wars going on. Obviously, he was really good with that back in when he was president 4 years ago. But the biggest thing that I kind of want to talk about is I've obviously been watching everything that's happening. I'm not really that big of a political person, but I am a Christian, and I see a lot of people come on here and try to use that as a source of debate or anything like that. The only thing I'll say is this: is that Christianity and following God, I think, are two different things. People use Catholicism, especially our president sometimes, to debate, and I feel like that shouldn't be a main source of debate half the time, because following God and Christianity itself are two different things.
So he's actually not a Catholic. He uses prescriptions and denominations of Christianity to try to influence people. I don't think he actually upholds the ideals or values. And Kamala Harris believes in more of a separation of church and state, where she isn't utilizing it to control people's values. So would you say that's a preferable way of looking at Christianity?
I mean, yes, but like I said, I don't think that Christianity should be used in debates at all. I feel like it is more of a, I think people use it more oftentimes just to get Christians appeal, when a lot of times they don't practice. I think there should be, if there's going to be preaching about it, there should be practice.
That's exactly what Donald Trump is doing. Kamala Harris doesn't bring it up as much, so wouldn't you support her then?
No, I mean, like I said, it's not, I don't know. It's back and forth. So, I mean, it's either way. You know what I mean? Do I think he's doing a great job? No. But I don't know what she would have done either. So, it's I'm not trying to come on here or cause a problem or anything like that.
She didn't use Christianity as much.
Correct. She didn't use Christianity as much. That is correct. So, technically, you're right about that.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be more in accordance with what you'd like?
Yeah, I guess so. Technically.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm just kind of talking here. I'm not really trying to argue with anybody, obviously.
Sure. Well, I mean, I do just want to, this is a debate panel, but the point I am trying to do is I'm trying to show you at least that it seems like based upon the things that you already believe in yourself, that you would align more with Kamala Harris.
All right, thank you. Hope you have a good day.
You too. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates for Donald Trump.
Not only do I support, I love Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Just everything he's done.
Such as?
Well, you know, everything. Such as what got him to become our president.
Such as?
Well, answer this. How do you become president of the U.S. if you've done nothing? You know what I mean? It can be as simple a question as that. You know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't make it hard. Like, he's done a lot. So that's what got him here, right?
Could you tell me what he's done?
He's done a lot.
Could you tell me what he's done?
I mean, where do I start?
How could we go almost 10 years and you don't know a single thing that he's done?
Like I said, where do I even start? Where do I even begin?
First thing that comes to mind.
First thing that comes to mind, become U.S. president.
No, like what's something that he's done as president?
Done as president, or what got him there?
No, what he's done as president.
Let's see. What he's done as president right now, or whenever he first became president. He's back to back now, Parker.
At any point when he was president.
He's back to back now. We didn't only get him once. We got him twice.
Do you know that you don't have an answer?
No, but look how simple this can be, right?
You want to ask another clarifying question?
How do we get him? How do we get him the first time, and then he comes back as president? Isn't that crazy?
What did he do?
If somebody doesn't do anything,
by the way,
or
I have a question. If he wins, loses, and then wins, was that back to back?
That is back to back, actually. not like back to back. You know what I mean? Like he had to come back. You know what I mean? Like he proved people wrong. People got to see.
So not back to back.
This guy. Like, how do you get somebody back in office if they've done nothing for the country? You know what I mean? Like, just think about that.
Well, because people who are ill-informed vote for them. So could you tell me what specifically?
How's that ill-informed?
Okay, well I'll show you.
They had 4 years. He had 4 years of presidency.
Yeah. I'll show you how ill-informed. I'll show you how ill-informed people vote for him. Name one thing that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you support.
Let me think. Not everybody can just like you, Parker. Hold on 1 second. Let me think. I would say probably that he pops out the UFC events. I think that's pretty amazing.
So you can't say anything he's influenced to get passed.
Probably our borders.
Our borders is not something he influenced to get passed.
But he made America great again.
Okay, when did it become great?
As soon as he took office.
Okay, so what did he do to cause it to be great? Just existing?
What do you mean? He secured the border. What do you mean, Parker?
What did he do to secure the border?
He did everything.
So this is why. Okay, so
the border is most
your first
secure
question.
as it's ever
Your first
been.
question was how could he get elected if it is the case that he hasn't done anything? Well, it's because there are ill-informed voters, such as yourself.
I don't think that's it, because like I said, he's back. How do you bring somebody back? How are people that ill-informed? Where, like, so were people ill-informed when Joe Biden took presidency?
Mm-hmm.
So what is not being ill-informed? Like, who is the perfect candidate for you? Is there like just nobody right now in your opinion, or is there somebody like for the next presidency that you're looking at? Or?
I'm saying right now, in general politics, right, it is the case that there's not a common idea that people need to inform themselves radically, critically think radically in order to be able to come to the perspectives they have on politics. I think it's too common for people to have views on politics where they treat it like sports teams. And that's actually something I do think has led to the level of, to Donald Trump getting elected. Now, specifically, were there ill-informed voters when Biden got elected? Absolutely. Right. But we have to acknowledge that the main reason in terms of the exit polling, based upon why Trump got elected, like the number one reason was inflation under the Biden-Harris administration, but that wasn't even caused by them, and Trump was actually advocating for inflation, like through tariffs. And that's what we're seeing right now. So, like, if people actually critically thought about the election, Trump would not be president. I'm serious.
I don't know, because I mean, I think the voting, the most recent voting for our president was the most intense and most interactive for people that I've ever seen. I mean, I don't know. I think actually people took critical thinking and actually wanted to, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I think he won. I think it was a fair race, you know?
Okay, who won in 2020?
Who won in 2020? Sleepy Joe?
Okay, so Trump lied about the 2020 election, right? It was safe and secure.
How do you lie?
He said that he won the election. He still says to this day that he won the 2020 election.
Oh, he should have.
No, he said that he did. Not that he should have. He said that he did.
Well, yeah, he should have.
So you think that he rightfully won?
I think we should have had him back to back to back.
Okay, so then you think that he should have won even though he didn't get enough votes?
I think it was rigged.
Oh, okay. Now you think it's rigged. Okay, 60 plus courts indicate.
Wait, what do you mean now? I never said it. What?
Okay, well then I'll
we
ask you
didn't
this.
get to that point.
Let me ask you this question. Explain to me how they could rig it in 2020, but they could not rig it in 2024.
It was rigged. What do you mean? And then now it's just like, you know what? They got caught, and he actually won by fairness. All fairness. It was a fair race. There's no way we can get a guy like that in office again. What?
Explain to me how they could steal it in 2020 when Trump was in office, but they could not steal it in 2024 when Biden was in office.
2024 when Biden was in office?
Mm-hmm.
I just said they rigged it. 2020. How does a country get a guy like that in office? Like, and then we realize, okay, you know what? This is not what we want. This is not what we want. That's why he dropped out last second, because he knew what was coming.
So he did get the 81 million votes. That's a fact, right? You're just denying that because you can't accept reality.
Yeah, no. I didn't deny that.
I understand that. I understand that you can't accept reality and you can't accept facts.
Did he drop out? Yes or no?
You should drag everyone else.
Why did he drop out? Why did he drop out, Parker?
Because he didn't think that he was going to get enough votes in 2024.
And why is that?
Because it is a case that people understood that he has gone through cognitive decline.
No, he just knew that, you know, it was his time. And he knew what he was up against.
Do you understand there's a distinction between 2020 and 2024, right? Can you acknowledge that there's a distinction between 2024 Joe Biden and 2020 Joe Biden?
Parker, who is your U.S. president right now?
It's currently Donald Trump.
Exactly. So
that's embarrassing. I'm
everything.
Not trolling.
Everything
that's embarrassing.
From now on, Parker, that is your president.
I'm serious. That's embarrassing.
But that is your president. Like,
yeah, and that's
whether you like it or not. You know, sometimes
it's embarrassing.
Sometimes whether you like it or not, that's just what it is, baby. You know, you just got to kind of roll.
I acknowledge it, and it's embarrassing. Like, I'm actually actively embarrassed that Donald Trump is my president.
I mean, you can't necessarily. So, like, from the outside perspective, right? Like, what are you? If somebody were to come up to you and say, Parker, why don't you like your president? Like, what would you say to them?
Held civilly liable of sexual abuse, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing. 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, said his daughter was voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. He said he had sex in common with his daughter. He said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill will cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average per month. Right. It will also cut 2.5 million people off their food stamps and over 10 million people off of their health insurance through Medicaid, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. He also added significantly more debt, $4 trillion more than the Biden-Harris administration. Right. You can also point to the fact that he's an absolutely atrocious person trying to undermine our Constitution and democracy. Said the 2020 election was rigged with absolutely no evidence, called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Right. And literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Is that it? No, play.
Oh,
do you just have do you just have this all like on notes or something? That's crazy.
No, you want me to keep going? This is all off the head. All off the head.
That's crazy. You sound like you were freestyling. Damn, that's crazy.
They talk about him being anti-science and saying that like Tylenol is causing autism when actually the evidence indicates otherwise. There's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that it overlooked, and when accounting for things such as genetic factors, right, and maternal factors particularly, it literally got rid of the association. So there's absolutely no association between the usage of Tylenol during pregnancy and autism.
So tell me this, Parker. Is what you're doing a mission? Like, are you trying to inform the ill-informed, or are you trying to just like what is the?
You got banned for civic and election integrity. Yes, I want to inform people. I want to educate people. I want people to critically think. I want people to be more involved with politics, to get other people to be more involved as well. I think there's so many different things that come from this type of dialogue that I think is important. Yo, what's up?
Hello. How are
good?
we?
How you doing today?
Good. I heard you debating ChatGTP earlier. That was wild.
I'm not gonna lie, he actually had better responses than most MAGA. So
I heard it. It was insane.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Storm, how old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
In all honesty, I don't support any political party.
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
Boundaries have been an issue today.
Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
You support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
92.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Donald Trump twice over.
Okay, why so?
And then I would travel in time again after I knew everything about today and vote for him again from that very day.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Also, I came here for two reasons. One is you're spreading misinformation and lies, so I want to debunk that first.
Okay, what misinformation and lies?
Yeah, the general consensus that Tylenol, there is actual studies that show that there's like 3 to 4 times more likely to cause autism.
No, give me a single study specifically that shows that it causes autism. Secondly, if you want to look at this, again, the Swedish study that I particularly referenced that is literally the gold standard of science indicated that there is no association when taking into account factors such as genetic factors and family.
I'm going to be very clear. When you're referencing the Swedish study, you talk about the Swedish cohort, the sibling analysis.
What's up?
Are you referring to the Swedish cohort or the sibling analysis?
I'm referring to the analysis from Sweden that most doctors are referring to. I haven't read it myself.
Just stop for a minute, okay? The study you're referring to, I've looked over it, okay? Because it's my job to do so.
What's your job?
Okay. Doctor of medicine.
You're a doctor?
Yeah, I can pull up my actual credentials too in just a minute. My name is Grayson Botticini.
Doctor of medicine. Wait, hold up. I have a few questions for you. Doctor of medicine. Are vaccines safe and effective?
Yes.
Okay, they are. Is the COVID vaccine safe and effective?
Evidence that we have as of now shows that for the most part it is.
Okay. All right. Well then, tell me, Doctor of Medicine, what do you think?
Yeah. So if what I think you're referring to is the Swedish cohort study, because the issue with Tylenol is not that it actually causes a direct correlation to autism. However, the studies that we did do in that actual study show that I believe it was 2.5 million children. They were born between the years of I think it was 95 and 2019. There was 2.5 million children. The problem with this is that we were looking at children whose mothers used acetaminophen during pregnancy, and then we also looked at ones who didn't, okay? The problem was the sibling control analysis was the problem, okay? So we were trying to control for genetics and family environment. So the reason you're saying that genetics coming into play doesn't play a part is because of the sibling control. So when we looked at the actual models in total, okay, we showed that if we actually took the siblings out of it, there was an increase of 3 to 4 times for the risk of autism or intellectual disability.
So you're saying, well, when not taking into account these factors that are incredibly important to take into account, then there is a greater association. That's exactly what we've already acknowledged.
But here's the problem, okay, is that we have to cross-reference. So we did a sibling analysis here. But are you do we have things like the
we have the Boston birth cohort. That was an NIH funded. That was in
Why
2019.
are you shifting onto a different study while trying to explain this one?
Because when we have a singular study, we have to cross-reference other studies to show if there's actually a pattern recognition here. Okay,
I'm not disputing you there, but like this is a gold standard, right?
This was a large one, correct? But we've used since then other studies. We have the Danish national birth cohort. We have the actual Boston birth cohort. We have a whole host of other ones we've used.
And why would you say that those analyses are better?
Yeah, sure. The reason why they're better is because the one that was actually from the Boston birth cohort, okay, they followed up with the children to see how many got diagnosed with ADHD or ASD, okay? There was persistent follow-ups, okay? Now the thing here, let me be very clear, okay?
Saying there's no persistent follow-ups for the Swedish study?
There were singular follow-ups, and they left it at that. So they followed up one time, but for other people, they followed up throughout the life on numerous occasions. Okay, now listen closely. Okay, the problem here.
Can you give me a single media source that reports on that?
Okay, could you do me a favor? Are you familiar with like methodology in terms of like studies, things like that?
Yes.
So please look up Boston birth cohort and look up also the actual Swedish cohort. You're going to see how the methodology was carried out. Okay. Now, with the Boston birth cohort, okay,
in the Boston birth cohort, did they account for genetics and for siblings?
Correct, they did. Okay, the thing is, there was a limitation. Wait, correct, but there was a limitation to an extent. Okay, and obviously the limitation was it's observational, but it's hard to separate whether the acetaminophen itself was the issue or the underlying.
That's not true.
Wait, listen.
That's not true, Grayson. Because I've been reading along as you were speaking, and I was waiting for you to get to that point, but. Yeah, you didn't, and no offense or not to your own point, but you never got to get to the full, the actual comparison that they completed with the siblings, and when they actually gave one the acetaminophen in the womb, and the other one they didn't, and they verified that there was no discernible correlation. They also did additional follow-up studies, and they found that the major factors are genetics, health conditions, and underlying issues, more so rather than the actual drug itself. Right. There's no complete connection. And then also outside of that, there were additional follow-ups that were completed by health services within in the UK, and then also studies like American College of, I'm not even gonna try to say that, gynecology, and they re-emphasized it's the most safe and effective pain and fever reducer for pregnancy. So like literally there's been multiple studies to follow up on this Swedish study that you spoke to, but the comparison with the Swedish study doubled down on the fact that it's not Tylenol. So Grayson, what are we talking about, bud?
Yeah, sure. I can respond to that quite simply with this, okay? When we are using in terms of, medical ethics, okay, when it comes to like certain types of medications, there's a couple distinctions that need to be made. Let me ask you this question, Santana. Actually, let me ask Parker. That's his live here. Parker, why don't women?
Wait. You were wrong. I'm looking at it right now. Follow up was through 2021. You just
That's what I was just about to say. Before he pivots, can you address the fact that I just literally called out the stuff that you were saying was incorrect, and there were multiple follow up studies?
I'm trying to respond to that. The conclusion of the studies is not that the actual Tylenol causes autism. That is an infactual statement. We don't have evidence to suggest this. Okay. What we do have is we have studies that show that there is a higher likelihood. Now, likelihood does not equal causation. My question for Parker
is there's an association. Correlation doesn't equal causation. We just need to clarify that.
Correct. So, Parker, my question for you is why do we recommend in medical ethics that women do not drink alcohol when they are pregnant?
I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look.
Okay.
There is no negative outcomes in terms of health. Like I don't know the negative outcomes in terms of health.
Listen, the reason why
is it fetal alcohol syndrome?
Yes.
Listen, there is certain
it can cause additional medical issues and birth defects within children. But just to follow up again, the studies that prove that there is no discernible connections, and there's other factors that play way bigger impacts as far as autism than anything else.
I'm trying to get to my conclusion here, so I can make you understand what I'm saying. Okay.
Go ahead.
The reason why I asked the alcohol question, okay, is that we don't actually have evidence that alcohol in and of itself causes fetal alcohol syndrome. Now, there is suggestions.
You're saying we don't? You're saying we don't?
No. We call it fetal alcohol syndrome because we associate alcohol with the cause of these deformities, okay? But Parker, the issue is that there are many... Are
you really saying that alcohol doesn't cause fetal alcohol syndrome?
No, it does. The issue is that we call it...
Okay, you just conceded.
Wait, no, I did not concede. Can I finish, please?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying to you is that we attach the term fetal alcohol syndrome to mothers who drink in a correlation with drinking in deformities or intellectual disabilities. The problem is, Parker, let me finish, please, okay? There are plenty of women, many women, who drink and do not have any issues whatsoever. So the problem is that we now have women that have this. So the reason I'm tying this in together is that with Tylenol,
I'm sorry.
we have no way to
the Cleveland Clinic indicates that it is caused by it, right? So like there is
the medical consensus. The medical consensus is that alcohol does actually cause deformities or intellectual disability. Things.
It's not just a correlation.
What do you say to
exactly,
the
Grayson? You tried to paraphrase it as if there is enough examples to justify that it's not a direct correlation. Where there are outliers, yes, there's outliers to every rule, but the actual standard is it causes it. So that's not true.
Wait. I'm not saying that's the standard. I'm saying that with Tylenol, though, we do have evidence that there is a correlation of you have a 2 to 3 times more likelihood of actually. This is why Tylenol has statements about taking during pregnancy. Why does Tylenol?
What's Tylenol statement? What's Tylenol statement?
Tylenol has made open statements on their actual black label that it says do not take while pregnant. We recommend you do not take this while
That's
pregnant.
absolutely not true.
Hey,
And you know why we know it's not true, Grayson? Because Tylenol recently had to come out and double down on a tweet that was taken. A tweet that was taken out of context back in 2017, and they had to reiterate that not only was it safe and effective for pregnant women in 2017, that standard has not changed. It is still safe and effective today.
Hey, what I'm referring to is the black box label. You know what the black box label is?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, sure. So although they don't say that it can actually cause certain things, okay, because we don't have the actual direct evidence, they can recommend against certain things because there are still ongoing studies that show there could be a correlation between one thing and
Did he get yaptured?
Oh, okay, I thought that was me for a second. I was like, oh shit, did I mess up my audio? What happened to him?
No, I'm still here. I think he got yaptured.
I didn't even see that he got banned or anything. He just left.
His phone might have went dead or something. Then Grayson is insufferable, so like that. He wouldn't just leave. There had to be something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like
his phone might have went dead. He's insufferable. He wouldn't just leave.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe he accidentally swiped out or something, or he got banned.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever. Let's go on to the next person here. Yes, it seriously does. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Carolina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
I have 3 really quick. Alex, thank you for the 5. Yeah, guy was unserious. Vanity, thank you for the 5. No way he could have proved that he was an MD. And also, Priscilla, thank you for the 1. Yeah, we know he's not a doctor.
Tabad, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $5. Ryan with the $2. Thank you. Spencer with the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Justin, I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Thank you. Twin, I really appreciate the $5. Anthony, thank you for the $2. Ryan with the $2. Thank you. I am okay. I'm doing okay. Joe, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Again, thank you. And Barbara, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me catch up to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Christina, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you. By the way, everyone, we probably have another hour or so, a bit over an hour left. We have another hour left on the debates, just letting everyone know.
People are so weird sometimes.
I think I get my main account back here in like 15 minutes or so. So I'm definitely going to go there for sure.
Really?
I'm definitely going to go back to the main, yeah.
Okay. Remember, you can't crash out, though.
I know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I got banned for misinformation on the last one, and I didn't get it back. It was for 3 days. Dean got the same ban. Really weird.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I told you, I got one for hate speech for reading off a donation.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
52.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I sure do.
Okay. 52. Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I mean, that's a stupid question. Obviously, I support Trump, so Trump. I mean, why would you even ask that?
Hey, I'm just making a clarifying question because a lot of people will say they support Trump and then won't answer the question in the way you just did. So it's fine. So why do you support Donald Trump, Grandpa?
Well, that's pretty condescending to call me a grandpa, considering 52 isn't really that old. But It's cool, man. You want to be
that was just a
whippersnapper.
joke. That was just a joke. My parents are older than you. I was just making a joke, dude. Chill.
No, it's cool, man. It's cool, dude. You want to be a young whippersnapper? We can both throw those around. It's all good. Let's have fun with this.
You can't say anything about someone calling you a grandpa and then use terminology like whippersnapper. Like you're
Well, I
setting
thought I was
yourself
just
up.
making a joke too, Santana or
Dude,
whatever your name
I'm
is.
serious,
I
by
thought
the way.
I was
I
making
just
a
want you to
joke
know.
too. Is that okay? Is it okay to make a joke just like Parker did? I mean,
Yes,
let's
yeah,
be
dude.
honest here.
Yeah, dude.
If we're gonna make jokes and you're
I
gonna
don't- I
criticize
don't-
me for making a joke, that's just
Dude,
ridiculous.
Hey, dude, it's okay.
Let's get back to the
It's
point. Let's
okay.
get back to the point. What do
I'm
you want to talk
serious.
about?
I'm
with Trump?
serious, dude. I was just trolling because both my parents are literally older than you. Both my parents are over a decade older than you. Right? My parents are both on Medicare.
That's great. God
Okay,
bless them.
so
God
like,
bless them.
Okay, all right, like.
That
I'm
really
not.
struck a nerve.
I was just messing with you, man. It was supposed to be serious.
No, I was just sitting back, dude. It's all good.
Okay, all right. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I think he's doing the right thing for our country. It's really that simple.
Okay. How is he doing the best thing for the country?
Well, I mean, we had a borderless nation for quite some time. We had a lot of people coming in that shouldn't have been here. And I have no issue with people coming in legally. I think that's the right thing to do. I think when you open up a border and say, come on in, and you let these people just like run amok in our society, that's not good. And the Democrats had a chance to shut it down. They lied about a bill. We didn't need a bill to shut it down. We just needed enforcement and a strong leader. I mean, it's clear as day. Like, you can't even refute that fact.
How would
they were letting
change,
everybody in.
How would they change the enforcement of the law without a policy?
They just did it. He didn't put a policy in place. He told them, stay in Mexico. And they're doing that. If you come here, we will deport you. And they're doing that. That's what he did. That's what Biden did not do. That's what Kamala Harris, the border czar, did not do. These are the things that cause these people
She
to
wasn't
come
a
in.
border czar. That was actually
Well, he claimed he was.
completely a lie by the right wing. She specifically the
No, it
authority
really
that
wasn't,
she,
actually.
the authority that
It
she
wasn't
was,
a lie.
I'll tell you, the only authority
It wasn't
that she,
a lie.
The only authority she was given at the border, specifically by Biden, was to raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here, which she did. She raised over $5 billion in private funds to do that. Secondly, I want to acknowledge, like, what was the Biden? What did they do to open the border?
Not send people back, not deport anyone. They basically said, come on in, we'll give you a credit card, we'll give you a phone, we'll give you a place to stay.
That's not true.
Well, they kind of did that.
The federal
They kinda
government
did
was not
that.
giving people social services who are in the country undocumented. That's just not true.
Well, that is true. It is true.
No, it's not.
They're on
No,
welfare.
it's not.
Yeah,
What's
no,
your source?
actually were.
What's your source?
I don't have sources per se. I just know that. Okay, I know.
Whoa.
You can't cite the source.
That
You
was
can't cite the
Wow,
source.
I could have never
I know, that's
expected that. He
wild.
doesn't have any
Holy
sources.
Wild.
smokes.
That's a hot take. Holy crap, that's a hot take. You got me.
Wait. So, Pawpaw, are you admitting that you are just speaking from the fifis in your tum tum?
The fifis in my tum tum.
Yeah.
Dude, that is like the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
I mean,
That's
if you
so
don't have
stupid.
sources, then you're going off vibes and feelings. So you're definitely speaking from the fifis
I
in your
think-
tum tum.
I think the Democrat Party goes off vibes and feelings nonstop. Everyone's a
That's not true.
racist. That's the vibe. That's the feeling. Everyone's a Nazi. That's the vibe. That's the feeling.
Well, I
Everyone's
mean,
a
if
fascist,
you
that's the vibe, that's the feeling.
if you do racist stuff, then you're a racist. If you do
What's
schnazi stuff,
racist?
then you're a schnazi. If you do
Okay, then what
fascist
is?
stuff like
Then
Donald
what
Trump,
is?
then you're a fascist.
How is he a fascist? Tell me. Go ahead.
He meets all 14 tenets of fascism.
No, he doesn't. But go
Literally
ahead.
all 14 tenets of fascism. I'm not going to play the
No, he
fascism
doesn't.
game with you. If you want to know the 14
He
tenets,
doesn't.
then look it up, Pawpaw, and tell
No,
me
he
that he
doesn't-
does
he
not
doesn't-
meet all
he
14.
does
He
not.
does.
He does not.
Literally
And
does.
If you want to go under that criteria,
Hey,
then our
Pawpaw, what are
founding
the 14 tenets of
then our
fascism? Can you name
founding
three?
fathers- Then our
One
founding
second.
fathers.
One second, Pawpaw. Can you
did the
name
same
three of
thing.
the 14 tenets?
I'm not here to debate the tenets.
No,
I'm
no,
here to
seriously.
Talk, no,
Just-
no.
just-
I'm not
just
here to
question.
talk
Can
to
you
I
name
don't even
three
know
of the
who you
14
are.
tenets?
I'm here to talk to Parker because he says
Wait,
all this crazy
can
shit.
You, can you
I don't
name
care about
three?
you.
Okay, so if you can't name three of the 14 tenets, then how do you know that he doesn't meet the 14 tenets of fascism if you don't even know what they are?
Oh my God, I don't know them verbatim per word. I just
Okay,
know
then
what
just
they
name
stand
three
for.
in general. Name three in general.
Consolidation of power, stifling people's speech, not allowing them to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, there's so much. I can't remember them offhand. But whatever, two of them. Okay, that's good enough.
Okay, you named two, so it seems like you've heard of them at least. So now I just know you're being disingenuous because if you know the 14 tenets of fascism, then Donald Trump actually exhibits all 14. He checks the list.
Well,
So now you're being
okay,
disingenuous.
well, okay. With that criteria, then go ahead and tell me: do the founding fathers meet those same criteria? Because they did the same things. Are they
No, but
fascist?
we'd have to run through
I mean,
it.
you could definitely
No,
run
no,
through
no. You
them
don't have to run through
on
it.
each
Was Joe
individual. You
Biden
could
a
definitely.
fascist? Was Joe Biden a fascist?
I don't think Joe Biden's
He
a
did all the same things about these tenants that you're talking about.
No, he didn't. Let's go through
He
them.
stifled speech. He had the White House stifle speech. He had the White House stop people from talking on YouTube.
Hey,
come on,
Paul, shushies. Parker is speaking. Let him talk. Stop it.
I just want to establish the basis for this. What are the 14 points? We can go through them. I'll tell you what they are, and then we'll talk about whether or not we agree with them, whether it's applicable to Trump or we don't agree it's applicable to Trump. Because I just want to let you know, Donald Trump also called Kamala Harris a communist, Marxist, fascist. So that's also something that Donald Trump has done. Now, if we want to look at number one, powerful and continuing nationalism. Fascist regimes tend to make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia. Flags are seen everywhere, as are flag symbols on clothing and in public displays. This is totally true with Donald Trump. Make America great again, using the flag everywhere. That's obviously true. Do you agree with that one being applicable to Trump?
Parker, he's on mute and he doesn't know that. He's probably still trying to
Oh, I accidentally hit it. Sorry. But okay, so we're gonna go through the first tenet. That's fine. Is it wrong to love your country? Is it wrong to put a flag on your porch in pride? Is it wrong to do these things?
Okay, hold on.
How is that fascist? You're just talking about nationalism. Nationalism inherently is not wrong. It's not wrong to be take pride in the things you love.
Let me clarify. So if one of these points is applicable to you, that does not mean that you are a fascist. But correct. Most of these points applicable together that would then make someone a fascist. So
correct. Also, sorry, go ahead, Parker.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, he said overwhelming nationalism, not pride in your country, but overwhelming nationalism. Donald Trump is perpetuating the myth that it's quote unquote America first, that America is the greatest country on earth. He is propagandizing it's not by multiple measures. Name
a better country.
Hey, no, we're not going to spin off, Papa. We're not going to spin off.
No, we're going to spin off because you're making a claim that's not true. Name one country that is better than America. Name one.
Sweden.
Name one country where you can speak your mind and not get shot or put in jail. Go ahead.
Sweden.
Okay,
like I was
Sweden,
saying,
the country that's falling apart because of its immigration
that's fine.
policy,
Again, I don't want to talk about other countries, and you're trying to. Hey, Papa, you're running. Stop it.
I'm not running. I'm pointing out.
Stay on point.
No, dude. I'm on point. You're trying to bring up bullshit, and it's not true.
Shushies, Papa. No. Papa. The fact is, it's overwhelming nationalism in multiple ways, including the flags, including the perpetuation of the United States being the, America first and the number one country in the world at the detriment of other countries.
It's not the detriment of other countries, stoop. Okay. Here's the thing, stoop.
All right, Paul.
Having pride in your country does not mean other countries are suffering because of it. Every country should have pride in their own country.
The whole point. You're not listening to the whole point.
Well, make a point then. That makes sense.
If you stop talking while we're talking, then you can hear our points,
Stu, I was listening to you, Stu, and it was terrible.
Then what did I say, Paul?
Stu, you said that basically if you have supranational pride in your country, it's at the detriment of other countries. That's stupid.
Not what I said, Paul.
That's pretty much what you said.
You know it's not. You're not listening.
Say it again then.
I'm
going to listen.
What I need you to do right now, Paul.
Go ahead.
Hey, I need you to put your
Don't
listening muffs on.
I'm going to stop talking and you go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
Are you going to stop talking now? Cool.
I just said I was going to stop. Go ahead.
You're still talking, Paul.
Well, you're asking dumb questions and I'm giving you dumb answers.
You just said that you were going to stop talking.
Stu, say what you're going to say, Stu, and stop spurging.
Gosh, you're being so emotional. Why are you so emotional right now? What's happening? Did he just get yaptured?
I kicked him. Let's go on the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen.
Guys, while Parker works on getting the next person up here, keep hitting the like button. Let's go ahead and get the likes up. We can do 1 million likes. And if you're over on YouTube, get the likes up there as well. Don't let TikTok outdo you. And if you like to support Parker, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. Make sure to show Parker some love.
Hello?
Yo,
Dad,
how old are you?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Hey, yeah, I'm 29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, why so?
Well, not as much as lately, but I would rather him than Kamala. Did I say it right, Kamala? Well, reading the transcript from like the judge, him saying
how she withheld evidence, and how she shouldn't hold public office.
Wait, who withheld evidence?
Kamala, when she was a prosecutor.
It's not true.
There's a transcript from the court that you can read.
Okay.
Was it relevant evidence?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it was relevant evidence. I'm not sure what the evidence was. I just know what the judge
If it's
said.
not relevant evidence, why would that matter?
Well, it's just what the judge said. It's not what I said. I didn't make him say anything.
Yeah, just to correct this misinformation, then you can keep going. It's not that she withheld quote unquote relative evidence. She did not actually pursue additional evidence that she didn't feel was necessary in order to prove the case, which she won the case without the additional evidence. And then she doubled back around and got DNA evidence and then verified the proof. So that's what it was. Anyway, you can keep going.
Why did the judge say that she was that dishonest then?
What judge said that she was dishonest?
The one in the court case. I would have to get off my phone and am I able to look up the transcript while I'm on the live?
You keep going and talking to Parker and I'll look it up. I got you.
Yeah.
Why did Donald Trump withhold evidence in the sexual abuse case? And why did the judge
Wait, are we
call him
talking about
dishonest?
Donald Trump or are we talking about Kamala?
Well, I said you.
Donald Trump, he's the president.
Yeah, you think that that's specifically going to be something?
Well, yeah, but I heard you ask everybody else why wouldn't they go back and change their vote? So that's what I came in here saying. Was basically wanted to base it off that why I want to come back and change my vote because the judge.
I think you misheard. The Parker's question is if you could go back and vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for? And people say Donald Trump, and then he says why so? So not why wouldn't you change your vote?
Well,
why would you still vote for Donald Trump today? That's the point.
I've been a Democrat my whole life. I mean, I'm only 29. It's not like I've been around a while, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel dishonesty from her. I wanted to vote for her. I really did. My girlfriend voted for him. We kind of canceled each other's votes out. But I don't know. I don't know, a vibe kind of thing. And after reading that a couple years ago, of how, I know I sound like a bird just repeating everything, but that stuck out to me, her holding the evidence back. And Parker, you said he withheld evidence from sexual abuse case, his sexual abuse case?
Yeah,
is that
the
right?
judge said that he was dishonest. So if this is irredeemable on behalf of Kamala Harris, for your view, then why wouldn't it be irredeemable on behalf of Trump?
Well, what was his what word you used was his evidence that needed to be what evidence would he withhold? I don't know what you mean.
His DNA?
From what? From the dress?
Yeah, so that could be tested.
Well, yeah, his lawyers probably talked him out of that, right?
Why?
If I was a lawyer,
Why
I'd
would
be
they
like,
tell him
okay.
not to give up his DNA? Because wouldn't it have proved that he's not at the scene of the crime if he's never met her?
Well, you never know what could happen with the dress for the last how many years was it? 20 years. You never know what kind of evidence they could have placed or anything. If I was a lawyer,
you think
I'm
they
just saying.
planted Trump's DNA?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if I was a lawyer, I'd say do not do that. 100% would say don't give your evidence because anything could have happened. We don't know where this dress has been for the last how many years was it? Like 30 years or something. It was in the 90s, right?
Yeah. So again, explain to me how they would have got Donald Trump's DNA
I don't
if
know.
they've never met.
I don't know. I'm just
Donald
saying
Trump
that
claimed they never
if
met.
I'm the lawyer, there's no way I'm letting him do it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, let's talk about dishonesty, because in the context of that case, Donald Trump said that he would have never sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
I don't know which ex-wife she could have looked like.
He said,
yeah, I don't know. I just think that
he
whole
lied.
case is weird.
He lied there. He was proven to have lied.
Yeah, but there was nobody around, right? Wasn't it like it was like upstairs and like, how do you not see Donald?
There were people that worked there at that time that testified to say that would be normal conditions for that store at that time.
For like the biggest celebrity in the world not to go unseen and walk in the building?
Because there was no one on that floor.
But still, Donald Trump, nobody's seen him downstairs?
People would see him all the time.
I know, I'm saying of that day though. Nobody remembers anything from that day?
This is like right next to this is right next to one of his buildings. You know that, right? Like right across the street.
So you're saying nobody's seen him at all? Zero people seen him, and he's the biggest celebrity, one of the biggest celebrities in the world at the time.
People have seen him, but like in this context, it was often the case that there weren't people around on that particular floor. Therefore, that's what would be expected at that time.
And he just randomly walked up to E. Jean Carroll, I guess the best looking woman in the place, and just said, "Hey, come here." Is that
You need to
is that, is
actually
that
look at the case. It's clear you haven't looked at the case. So why
Yeah,
are you making
you're
a
right.
determination that it's false
You're the one that
before
started
you even
talking to
look
me
at the
about it.
case? Well, no, I brought up
I know that
I brought up Trump's
I do know that
blatant-
nobody's seen
I brought
him,
up Trump's
biggest celebrity
blatant.
in the
Wait,
world.
hold up. I brought up Trump's blatant dishonesty. That's what I did, and I want to wrap in Santana. Santana, what were you saying?
I just want to bring up his blatant dishonesty. So I just want to kind of take a whole step back and say you're wrong.
Okay.
You're wrong. Literally, the actual quote from the judge in the decision listed said, at the highest level of the district attorney's office knew that Madden was not a dispensable witness at the trial, and there were serious concerns regarding the crime lab. This goes back to the actual DNA, where they did not actually accept the DNA for testing. After this came out, again, like I said, they tested the DNA and it confirmed what they already had. The judge is saying that people had concerns, and instead of actually pursuing and giving that initial DNA evidence, Kamala Harris thought that she had a strong enough case, and so she didn't do that. And the judge is saying she should have actually just given that information from the jump. So
And said
she
she was
wasn't
dishonest.
withholding any information. She wasn't withholding any evidence. They're saying that she should have put the evidence out in the beginning, because it would have actually cleared out any type of concerns. But once the evidence was placed out, it reaffirmed what she had already did. She did not think that she needed the evidence to make and win the case, which she didn't. And then even after the evidence came out, it just doubled down the case. So you're wrong.
So you're saying that
Also-
the judge didn't say she's dishonest. You're saying
No,
that
the judge did not say that she was dishonest.
There's
I
a
just
whole
read the direct
transcript of
quote from the
whole day.
judge.
Yes, she did.
I literally just read the direct quote from the judge.
You read the whole transcript top to bottom of a whole court case?
This is the point that she was speaking directly about
You're reading
Kamala
what
Harris.
you want to read. You're reading this is what you do. This is what you kind of people do.
Sure,
Like,
go get the whole transcript and read it out then. Because
I don't have
again,
a computer or anything.
You're
and I
on a
asked you guys, and
supercomputer
you
right
said you were
now.
gonna
You can
look it
swipe
up.
out. You're on a supercomputer. You can swipe out. This is literally the part directly speaking about Kamala Harris. Literally, the part. This is the only part in the decision that speaks about Kamala Harris. So unless there's some other imaginary part that you took away from it and said, well, she's insinuating that there's Kamala Harris, like this is the part that directly speaks to her. Also,
By the
Libby,
way,
thank you so
everyone-
much for the 10. Oh,
Good.
sorry. Go ahead, Parker.
Oh no, you're good. Restate that because I think I cut you off.
Oh, no, I was just saying, Libby, thank you for the 10. Yes, Paul was very unserious. I appreciate you.
I think I am fully caught up. Yeah, actually. Thank you so much, everyone. Alrighty. Everyone tap that screen if you're on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. I think for the rest of the day, I'll just stay on this account, and tomorrow we'll come back on my main.
I was just about to say, I don't think you should risk it.
Yeah, we already have 5,000 people here on TikTok. We're fine. Oh, he just left.
Oh, man.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that meet the content on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2007.
2007. What month?
February.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Like when back in time?
Like if you could go back in time and vote, would you either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Oh, Trump.
Why so?
He has more things he's done than Kamala. Like
such as?
Making the country better.
Like?
What has Kamala done that Trump hasn't? Like what has she done better?
Yeah, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. And it was also deficit reducing. And it had a $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare.
Okay. I mean, I feel like Trump's done a lot better. I mean, he's found what causes autism. And he's only been president.
That was not it. Yeah, there's no evidence that Tylenol specifically during the context of pregnancy causes autism. There's no good evidence of that. The Swedish study that we were specifically talking about earlier with 2.5 million people, when taking into account genetic and siblings, genetic aspects and siblings, it is a case that there's no association with Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism.
Okay. Well, why do you support Kamala?
Because Donald Trump has worse character and policy.
Like what?
He denies climate change, says the climate's going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. He's anti-science in terms of Tylenol. He said that there were no downsides specifically to not taking Tylenol, which is ridiculous because untreated fever can be extremely harmful to the person who's pregnant and their pregnancy. Right, we can also point to the fact that Donald Trump, his big beautiful bill, cuts 420,000 children off free school lunch and breakfast, right, every single month on average, which is definitely negatively impacting in terms of health. 2.5 million people off of their access to free food stamps on average per month, to over 10 million people off of their health insurance in the context of Medicaid, and it still adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. While simultaneously, under his tax policies, there's a net increase in taxes for low and middle income individuals because of his imposition of tariffs, when Kamala Harris specifically would have kept all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income earners under $400,000 a year. I can't hear you currently, just letting you know.
Oh, my bad. I was muted for a minute.
Okay, I hear you now.
All right. Okay.
Do you have any response to that?
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Let's see if he's calmed down.
Is that Paul Paul?
Hey, what's up, Stu? How you doing?
Hey, man.
Good,
hey, man. I'm
Paul
just
Paul.
trying to see if you calm down. I just want to let you know the reason why I kicked you was because the term that you used is specifically harmful towards people who are autistic, right? It's historically speaking.
What was the term? I'm sorry, I don't.
An ableist remark, right? So you were.
What did I say though?
It was
I don't
only using
recall.
part of the term of Asperger's, particularly, which is an outdated term, right? It's now just autism.
I didn't say
autism spectrum
Asperger's.
disorder. So you said specifically part of it. You said part of it, and you said that Santana was engaging in that
Wait, the
with an
one-
ing at the end, which is an ableist slur. I just want to let you know that a lot of people don't know it's an ableist slur. It is.
I wish I knew what you were referring to because I don't remember saying anything
I
ableist.
literally
If you-
just clarified.
Any way to clear it
100%.
out? No, I really don't know what you're saying because I didn't use the word autism. I didn't use the word
I just
Asperger's.
want to
I
clarify.
don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, you used the term without an a, and you added ing to the end, and you said that Santana was engaging in that action. You were using it as an action, and that's specifically an ableist slur. Okay.
Using what with an A? Can someone spell it in the chat so I know what the hell he's talking about?
Why? You're literally just telling people to use the fucking slur, dude. What the hell is wrong with you?
I don't
I'm
know
telling
what
you
it
exactly
is.
what it is.
You're not, because I don't know what you're saying to me right now. Let's
You
forget
do.
about this. Okay,
I'm
if I
sorry.
said
No,
something that
don't
was a slur,
forget
I
about it.
apologize.
I'm sorry. Listen. You use the term specifically, right, without an A in the beginning, right, and with an
Without
ing
an
at
A.
the end.
Without an A at the beginning. Assholing? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry.
I really don't. I'm sorry.
For
Can
example,
we move on, though?
okay, let me clarify. You were talking about people specifically with autism. You were using an outdated term.
No, I wasn't.
Let me clarify. You were specifically talking about that because it's a lot of people don't know the association. A lot of people in conservative spaces will utilize this term. They take the A off of Asperger's, particularly, which is again an outdated term, use autism now specifically, right? And they use the entire term, right? And they put an ing at the end. They say that people are engaging in that, which is an autistic slur, or not autistic slur, ableist slur towards people who are autistic. Does that make sense?
Oh, you mean when he was talking and I said you're
don't
doing
say-
this,
don't
you're
say-
doing this.
don't- yes,
I didn't
yes.
say it. You're doing this, you're doing this.
Yes.
I had no idea that was an actual bad word of any kind. So if I offended anyone in that, I apologize. I did not know that.
Thank you. That's all it was. That's all I was looking for. That's originally the reason, and I kicked you because what I was eating, so I couldn't explain that to you. Along with the second point is that I was gonna do that to get you to like sort of calm down. I think that we were not in a circumstance we were having productive dialogue as well.
Well, not really, because I truly just wanted to talk to you about, this whole, he's a fascist thing. And I got this guy that I don't know. No offense to you, sir. I don't know you.
You're good.
And
It's all good.
And you're coming at me and you're not the one I want to talk to.
Well,
I mean,
let me just say this real quick. First and foremost,
help? I don't know.
Yeah, 1 second. Parker, thank you for explaining.
Oh, did they just both get kicked for hate speech and hateful behaviors? No, my live access just got restricted. That's great. So that's fun. TikTok just restricted my live access on guest requests. That's amazing. Hopefully I can appeal. It submitted the appeal. So, oh, no, it didn't. It didn't submit the appeal. Okay, it doesn't even let me submit appeals now on TikTok. This is ridiculous. I guess we can go to my main account. We got to be extra careful on my main account, everyone. Also, make sure to follow me here. This is my second account. Just letting everyone know this is my second account. The main account is Parker Get a Job. If you go to YouTube, you don't have to deal with any of these restarts or bans or anything like that. But I'll be right back on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. What? In any of our ICE facilities under siege from an attack by Antifa? What are you talking about? What? And other domestic terrorists. I am also authorizing full force if necessary. Okay, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking nuts. There's no request button. I have guest requests open. It says that I can, but it doesn't let me accept anyone. That's so weird. Chat, I don't know what's going on here on TikTok. I think what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna end the stream and then go back into TikTok. So very much. And also, if you're here on YouTube after the stream, you should check out the short I posted, ranking MAGA stupidity for my live stream. I think a lot of people would really like that who join the. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to get to 3,000 likes for the 3,600 people here on YouTube. Make sure to do that. Make sure to do that. Love from Parker Raid Based. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? You're currently muted, sir. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty. Moment,
hey,
thank you
Parker,
so much. I really
how's
appreciate
it
it. Thank you for the $4. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do, but I wanted to get some things cleared up first. You said you're a supporter of the trans community, right?
Absolutely.
So let's say you were single, right, and you found one of these transitioning man compatible.
Hey, can we not be weird? Hey, can we listen, can we just not be weird? Like, can you actually just address the prompt?
You saying
and
it's
not
weird
be weird?
to be a trans person?
No, what I'm saying is you're coming up here on a weird premise instead of actually engaging with a debate. Please stop trying to, for some reason, go after the transgender community and use them for some type of whatever point you're trying to make. Like, don't be weird. Just like transgender people are people. Like, stop it.
Community is weird now.
Yeah, no, I think that you're trying to actually use them for whatever talking point that you're trying to get off is weird.
No, I'm gonna kick him in. Also, like, here's a general thing. When someone's in a relationship, especially a monogamous relationship, you shouldn't like go up to them and ask them about like different people that they would date and whatnot. I don't know. I feel like that's genuinely, like, for me at least, I don't want to be answering those questions. I think that's like weird, especially for my girlfriend to have to like be scrolling on her page and seeing something like that. That would be really weird. Yeah. So just realize I'm a human being. I'm a person, and especially my girlfriend is a person. Right? And you shouldn't just be doing stuff like that, especially given that it's going to be something that's relative to like my relationship and not just me. Like, go after me as much as you want, but don't go after things that I really care about. Like my girlfriend. Like, I care a lot about my girlfriend and our relationship. And that matters a lot to me. So please just don't go after that. I would really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
I just feel like he just aligns with where maybe I believe that the country's the strongest. I definitely think that there are issues with both candidates at the time. But I definitely think that Donald Trump was just kind of more gauged to where I morally was.
How so?
I just feel like it was very much, I think it continues to be more down the middle of the street. I don't see him actively, just catering to one subset of people. Where I think
Pardoning
there was
the January 6 rioters and calling them patriots.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to agree on that. I'll be honest, we're not.
Is that
gonna
not
agree
him
on
catering to a small group of people, or like him going to big fossil fuel companies and saying, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts? I mean, that's clearly specifically him catering to a small percentage of people, plus also him cutting taxes specifically for millionaires and billionaires and increasing taxes on people whose income is under $400,000 a year to a greater extent than what would exist under Kamala Harris because of the imposition of greater percentage tariffs, which disproportionately raise taxes on low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that we can't live in a land of like, it would have been worse than Kamala Harris. For one, we don't know that. For two, we've seen how fiscally irresponsible the previous administration was, and we've seen the kind of money that Kamala Harris ripped through just from campaigning. I mean, the financial aspects is not relatable on either side.
Trump spent significantly more money, if you want to look at, especially throughout the context of the different admins, she was catching up. Secondly, if you want to talk about fiscal irresponsibility, Donald Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending compared to...
That's
Wait, can I please finish?
apples and oranges because she didn't... Well, you can't because... Let me address one thing at a time. I know what you like to do, man, and I get it. It's very strategic tactic, but you can't say 4 different things, the first one being the most outrageous, and then closing them in tighter and tighter. To say that
literally
Donald
just responding to what you
more,
said.
it's because
you said multiple things, and I'm responding to the
said.
multiple things. I let you say multiple things, but apparently it's an issue whenever I say multiple things.
Well, what did I say that wasn't true?
Fiscal irresponsibility being to a greater extent under Donald Trump compared to Kamala Harris. I was disputing that, and I was showing you that Donald Trump specifically...
sides.
Donald Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending, meaning he's less fiscally responsible.
Than Kamala Harris would have been? That's what I said. We didn't get to see what Kamala Harris would have done. So just saying that it's worse than what it would have been, that's not true. We can't say that.
Yes, we can.
That's what I said.
Well,
you can say it, but it's not.
One, we can look at the first admin. Secondly, we can look at the campaign promises that they made, and we can make estimations based upon that, which is what the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget did, indicating that not only was $4 trillion more signed into law for the first admin, but this next administration would be $4 trillion more as well.
But to where?
People keep saying you're a child. How old are you?
I'm 36 years old. I'm not a child, I promise.
What's your birth year?
1989.
Yeah, Chad, why do we think he's a minor?
Hey, you said you were born you're 36, you were born in 89. What's heads up, 7 up?
That's where you put your head down on the desk and you put your thumb in the air and classmates would go around and put them down.
Before there were the electric pencil sharpeners, what did you have to do to go sharpen your pencil in class?
I remember this
you
too.
Get up, walk to the cabinet, put it in, and crank it like a fishing reel, man. Like, come on, guys. Let's be real. Come on.
I think he's 36.
I do too. I think he's 36 too.
He just passed the vibe check.
Yeah, dude. I remember rocking a Zune before there was a,
Did you just say a Zune?
Yeah, come on,
Yeah, he's 36.
Yeah,
he's
let's
36.
ride. Let's ride.
He's 36. You got it.
Just because we don't agree politically doesn't mean we can't agree on a lot of stuff.
No one's just dropping Zunes. You got it.
Yeah, all right, man. All right, cool.
That reminds me because I think like when I was younger, we were like I don't know if they still have them, but like the purposeful ones. We didn't have any electric ones. It was all crank 'em. Maybe it was Iowa. Was a bit behind too.
That was your time to shine. Walking up to the front of the class to sharpen your pencil. That was the time to shine.
Yeah, we played
cranking that thing extra slow. Yeah.
All right, you got it.
Go ahead. Yeah, you were saying. I apologize.
No, you're good, man. If you're looking for somebody that's just gonna just blindly like agree and be that patriot, be that, like, I'm not that. I'm not. But I do believe that so much of my issue with the Democratic Party comes from just the catering to such a large minority of groups. Like, I get where a lot of it, I'm very much pro-choice. I'm very much for like certain social aid to a certain extent. I think that I know that it's largely abused. I'm definitely way more down the middle of the road than most Trump supporters. However, I do believe that he just is going to be better for us as a whole. I think the representation of even the voting was probably right where most of the country is. Aside from that, I do believe that the Republican Party is a lot quieter.
Can before you go too far, can I address something really quick?
Yeah, of course.
So you said that you don't like the fact that the Democratic Party focus on the needs of the minority, right? Like the different marginalized groups versus okay. Do you understand why it's better to target making life better for the most marginalized of us versus, you know, the ones that are least marginalized?
I don't. I understand that. Yes, that's your question. I don't want to, you know, walk around in a circle on it. I don't believe that the threats to those groups are as a big of a deal as what they're made.
Well, no. That's not what I'm saying. So I'll speed run it for you. The fact of the matter is, if you actually target making life better for the most marginalized groups, then it's like a water lifting all boats. If you can make life better for the most marginalized of us, then it in fact makes life better for the least marginalized, because you start to remove those barriers. So if you think about it, like if you know anything about intersectionality, and the most marginalized person in the world is going to be a Black transgender woman with disabilities. Right. And if you can actually focus on making those people's lives better, and subsequently, you're going to make other people's lives better. So if you target them, you lift everybody up instead of saying, well, I'm going to target the majority of people, and then you leave others out, and then you widen like a gap that's already there. So that's why you would do that.
I agree with that 100%. But the effort and resources dumped into that does not, it doesn't equate. I can 100% agree with these people that are underrepresented and don't have the same opportunities and don't have the same resources and are hated by another very small, loud group, whether it's on the right or left. I don't care. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that there are these people that target and aggressively go after these they have that hate in their heart. I am not even thinking of a specific group. I'm just saying these smaller groups in general.
But your point is that it's not, you don't see the overall benefit from the attention that's been put on it so far. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's a benefit. I'm saying that the benefit does not represent how much effort is put into it.
I know why.
I don't think that. I just don't think.
I'll give it to you. The reason why is because every time that there's some type of benefit that is put in place, when there's a progressive in office or in power that actually does things to help the minority, then there's either Republicans going along and doing things to either try to negatively impact it or trying to completely reverse it. The best example of that is the ACA, right? So the ACA was supposed to be something that was overwhelmingly beneficial to everyone. Well, the poison pill that was placed into the ACA was because of Ted Cruz, right? The Republicans did not want the ACA passed, and so they wanted to put a poison pill in that fined people for not having health insurance. And then even more so after that, the Republican Party tried what I think was 60 times to repeal the ACA. So literally anytime there's something that's put in place by a progressive to actually help marginalized people, the right targets those actual efforts and tries to dismantle them at every turn. So you can't get progression if you have another side of the party. As soon as they get a little bit of power, they completely dismantle anything that is supposed to be progressive.
I understand what you're saying there, but I think that you're thinking that they go in and they try to dismantle and tear down. I believe that I think, and I'm not speaking for you, I just get the vibe a lot that people say essentially that, hey, you know, they're doing this because they just don't like you, or they don't like them, or they don't like us, right? I think it's such a personal thing, when in reality, I think that a lot of these people are voted into these positions because they've made these promises to trim down on this and trim down on that and allocate money differently. And they're voted in there by a majority. And so them doing that, I don't think is as personal as it always seems. I think that they're going in and wanting to strip resources and funding and representation of these different programs because that's what they campaigned on and that's what they believe is better.
And I'll let Parker have this, but I'll just say literally that's exactly what happened. Like literally that's exactly what happened. That's what's happening this term with them stripping away resources, fundings, dismantling social safety nets, dismantling any type of services that, like, Donald Trump has an active war on DEIA, and anything that it can kind of be considered DEIA, he's completely trying to dismantle it. But that's literally what they did. They leaned into the hate. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Parker.
Oh, I wasn't even going to say anything.
No. I was giving you the floor because like he was talking about the actual financial aspect of it. And like, I think the thing that he's missing is the impact that the Republican Party is having when it comes to the economy and the overall financial impacts, like the negative impacts that they're instituting.
Yeah, so I definitely do have something I can say. I was just saying that, like, I didn't have any.
Yeah, no. I wanted to give you the floor.
Specific that okay, yeah, you're good though. Don't worry. So in terms of fiscal irresponsibility, I kind of want to bring us back to that point, right? You said that was one of the driving factors for why you specifically don't support Democrats, was that they were less fiscally responsible, correct?
I said no. I said during campaigning. That's what I had said.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the campaign plans.
Okay. Well,
yeah, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget analyzed Harris's campaign plans to Trump's campaign plans. And they didn't even take Trump for everything that he said. There were some claims that he made on the campaign trail, like get rid of income tax entirely. Okay? That was clearly not going to happen. And that would be an extremely expensive proposal, right?
100%.
So like we didn't take everything for 100%. We even did less than what we would have expected there.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And like I said, and that's why I preface, I'm not. I don't think Trump is a saint. Like I'm not that guy. I find those people 100%. Like I question them. I can respect the fact that they are patriots. I think that there's something to be said about that. I think that word being such like a mix, like that's being used as derogatory. Like, as somebody who does love America, the fact that the term patriot or the label of a patriot meaning such a negative thing in certain circles, that's heartbreaking to me. Like, I'm from a small town in Arizona, and I'm a blue-collar guy, and I'm sorry, just I see both sides of the coin. I have family in California that just thinks that anybody in a pair of steel-toes boots is just a 100% bigot. And and it's just so crazy. Like I work with such a diverse group of guys.
What you do, it's what you do that we would critique. It's not specifically we think that people with certain types of boots like are gonna be racist or something. Like,
but that's not true, man.
Like again, you're supporting.
Like being a Republican, being a white Republican, there are people who judge me without knowing me or my positions. Well, flying an American flag in my front yard.
Respectfully, you are voting. You do support Trump. Like you're supporting a racist over someone who's not racist.
Yeah, but that's man.
Yeah, but it's crazy.
I get it. I get where you're saying that. But if our only goal was to put somebody in office that's not racist, I agree with you 100%. That would be great, but there are people who aren't racist that are could be far
Kamala
worse.
Harris. How would Kamala Harris be worse, given that she's not racist and Donald Trump is racist?
Well, for one, I'm not convinced that Kamala Harris isn't racist to a certain extent.
Okay, explain to me how Kamala Harris is racist.
Well, first, before you do that, can you tell me what race is?
In my opinion, race is
not your opinion, but what it actually is.
People of different color and creed, I guess.
No.
Oh,
race
okay.
Race is a social construct that was created in order to justify racism. Racism is a system of oppression that was used, created by Gomez de Zurara to justify chattel slavery. It was actually used in justification of the Catholic Church to verify that black people were subhuman, and it was justified to actually enslave them and use them as property and capital. And it's continued to perpetuate through different social systems, including education, medical, different things along those lines. So, like, yes, it's a social construct, but it's being upheld by racism, and racism and capitalism are intimately intertwined. The reason why there's a pushback on black people being able to be racist is because of the patriarchal system, where black people can never be at the top of said patriarchal system. So there's no way we could take advantage of what racism allows. Also, you have to come back into the app in order for us to hear anything you have to say.
Yeah, we won't hear anything as long as you're out of the app.
No, you're good. I was just letting you talk. I can.
Yeah, she can't capitalize on racism. She can be a bigot. She can be prejudiced. She can be xenophobic. All of those other things, but not racism. That's not how racism was set to work.
I applaud you on that, and I hear what you're saying, and I have no doubt that it's 100% accurate. I just don't. I think that most people that use the term race and racist would definitely, by a large majority, they know what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to argue that. Very well put together. Thanks for educating me on it. But it's definitely not to say that she couldn't be a bigot. I guess maybe that's what.
I mean, I can agree with that. I mean, you just have to substantiate it, but I can agree.
100%.
She has the ability to be a bigot, but like, what thing would you say that made her a bigot?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not saying that she is or would be. I'm saying she could be. I know that. Okay.
So
and like I
Trump
said,
is,
Donald
and
Trump
you're saying
being
she could
a
be
racist is yeah. Well, for one, you said who could be. I said her. With her, I think that outside of race, I just feel like
hold on.
there would
Let
have
me
been.
clarify.
Go ahead.
So Trump, is a racist, and is a bigot, and your response to that is Kamala Harris could be a bigot. It's possible.
No. For one, I know that I'm not going to go back and forth with you on whether or not Trump is a racist or not.
Okay.
I've heard that. I've heard you say it. I've watched people get into it with you on it. I do know that he's done stuff like a lot of them have, as far as politicians have said stuff and done stuff it's not a hill I'm about to die on.
Okay.
And then when you defined racism, how would you define racism?
Wait. We can get to that here in a second, but I just want to acknowledge this first, right? You do acknowledge, right, that under your perspective, you're voting for someone who is racist over someone who is not racist. So do you at least understand why people have these preconceived notions about you, given that you're willing to support a racist over someone who's not racist?
Well, to me, voting for somebody who's racist and voting for somebody who's a bigot that's a tied race. Like, I don't want somebody who's a bigot, especially against somebody who looks like me, representing me.
But you just said that you think that she could be, but you can't give us any examples of her being a bigot. But we said Donald Trump is a racist, and we can give you specific examples of Donald Trump being a racist. So it sounds like you are putting up the fact that you know that Donald Trump is a racist versus something you made up in your head about Kamala Harris possibly being a bigot.
I've seen Kamala Harris support people who are bigots. I've seen her support people who hate people like me.
Okay, sure. Can you give us a specific example?
Yeah, I mean, like, look at the people who endorsed her, and she took their money.
Okay, give us a specific example.
Okay, well, P. Diddy gave her money. Rihanna, what? Yes, it is.
Wait, and by the way, who is friends with Diddy? Didn't Donald Trump say that Diddy was a good guy and he was going to stand up for Diddy?
Yeah,
exactly. Diddy was in jail while she was running for president.
He was? She was?
Diddy was in jail while she was running for president. That's not true.
I don't believe he was.
Yes, Diddy has been in jail for, I want to say, like, maybe closer to 2 years than anything.
What?
Yes.
For real? That's wild.
Where did you get this claim from? Seriously, how'd you even get that claim? You just made that up, dude.
No, I'm not saying that I didn't. Well, for one, I didn't like make it up. I'm pretty sure that he did. I don't want to close out of the app and search.
While in prison?
I don't think he was in prison. I didn't know that.
I apologize. So yeah, he was in prison.
No,
but it
he
was
wasn't,
like right
bro.
after she.
He was
it was
not. When she was campaigning, he was not.
Hold on, let me finish my sentence. He was in prison, but it was like he went right after she started campaigning. So, but he didn't have time to endorse her.
He did endorse her, dude.
He
did.
literally went to.
You guys are sitting there laughing at me like, he's just said he's been in jail for 2 years, bro. Stop.
I said, yeah, okay.
Right?
Technically,
Like,
he's been in jail.
well, like, you
I
guys
said
are laughing
maybe
at
close to
me,
2
like,
years.
I-
He's been in jail for over a year now. That's what I was saying. Like, yeah, but
He was
hold on, give me a
campaigning
second.
before he went to jail.
Wait. So you're
And
saying
he
that
did endorse
Kamala Harris is a worse candidate because Diddy supported her?
No, I'm saying that people that were bigots supported her. That was
Really?
the
'Cause
question that
who
you
did the
asked, Parker.
KKK support?
I don't know. For one, he's denounced the
Victoria, thank you
KKK
so much.
numerous times.
Wait, no, hold on. Respond to this. Who did the KKK support? Since they're accountable for who supports them, who did the KKK support in the 2024 election? Take a guess.
He didn't take any money from the KKK, bro.
Wait. You're saying that she took?
He did not
money-
take it.
Wait. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yes,
How do you? Okay, so how did you even get the idea that Diddy gave her money?
He did donate to her campaign. It was
How
on
much?
Charlemagne. It was on the Breakfast Club.
How
Well, what
much?
does it matter? How much does it take?
Oh no, here it is. It's because it's a lie. Reuters literally has an article fact checking all of this, and there was altered photos showing that Kamala Harris was with Diddy, and they also spread the rumor that Diddy donated $5 million to her campaign, which none of that is true. literally none of it's true. So no, he didn't endorse her. He didn't donate to her campaign. You've been propagandized. There's a full fact check article from Reuters on October the 18th, 2024 about it.
What about Beyonce and Jay-Z?
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm
what
confused.
about?
What your point is? What's your point with this?
I'm answering
You
your
want to know who
question.
supported
You
Donald
said-
Trump? January 6th
No, you
violent
said-
rioters who beat police officers. That's who also supported Donald Trump.
Parker,
They gave
all
money-
I'm doing
they
is
gave money to
answering
his
your
campaign.
question.
What's up?
All I'm doing is answering your question. brother.
Also, you said the Triple K actually he disavowed the Triple K. He didn't. But question for you: who do you
I
think
said he-
the Triple K? Sure. Who do you think the Triple K voted for? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Enough said.
So then
Right,
would you
but-
hold
but-
Donald Trump accountable for that?
100%. Like, what do you mean hold him accountable? I already said he's a dirtbag for that.
Okay.
Well,
So then why do you support
What's
him?
happening?
Because as a whole, his visions, I believe, are more in line with mine. I don't have a racist or a bone in my body. I think it's disgusting.
Okay, so then why do you support a racist over someone who's not racist?
Also, you said his vision, and also you mentioned your morals. So you're saying that the visions and his visions and morals are racist, and they're sexist and classist and fascist. So all of those things align with you?
100% no. And I've already. I got out in
Wait.
front of all
To
that.
clarify,
Called it disgusting.
you are closer to a racist than you are to someone who's not racist.
Well, for one,
You're ideologically closer to a racist.
Well, that can't be true, right? Because
okay.
only
So then you
when
don't
you're talking
support
about
Donald
two
Trump.
different things, and only one of them can be it. That's a trick. I mean, I can't be closer. I mean, when only one of them can be racist.
Wait, so
you can't
explain to me.
You can't
are
say
you
that.
wait to clarify? In an election, would you be ideologically closer to a racist or to someone who's not racist?
There can't be when only one of them can be racist. How is that a question that can be?
What does that have to do with you? Parker saying
right.
Parker saying you. What
can't
do
answer
you
this
closely?
question.
What do you closer associate with? Someone that is racist or someone that is not racist?
Someone that is not. If we're just talking about
There you go.
racism.
Wait, so if you're ideologically closer to someone who is not racist, then that would entail that you support Kamala Harris, right?
Well, no, because Kamala Harris cannot be racist. So you can't use race as a concept.
How about this? In what way are you ideologically more similar to Trump?
I think the fact that he looks at the nation as a whole rather than, an individual.
That's not true. He literally doesn't support. He literally doesn't support blue states. He literally is targeting blue states, and he also didn't want to send funds to blue states, and he had to be convinced because they had to tell him Republicans are there as well. I don't know what he's talking about, Parker.
Well, a lot of
Also,
but
wait,
you gotta
hold
think
up.
He's got to
You
follow
said-
through
so
with a
wait,
lot
wait,
of stuff that
no,
he promised.
he thinks that Donald Trump has more of a collectivist method of thought.
Yes, that's what he said.
Yes,
dude, he thinks
100%.
Donald Trump's thought is more collectivist. What, for rich
Yeah, but
people?
you're laughing and trying
Yeah,
to.
it's
clown him
collectivism
for
for
it.
rich people, and it's rugged individualism for everybody else.
Yeah, but you got to think, man. What's wrong? What if people prefer that?
We don't. Name what? Is there anyone in the comment section that agrees with that? With rugged individualism for everyone else, but for rich people, it's collectivism. That's called oligarchy, dude. That's literally oligarchy. That's oligarchy. You were like, do you know some people want oligarchy, right? Like, dude,
I wasn't talking about just that. I'm talking about his premises in general.
What do some people want? Tell me what. Ideologically
believe
more
that
similar to oligarchy.
No, I believe that more people want common sense in politics to move forward and put America first in certain aspects, and put the large majority of a society on more of a pedestal.
You think Donald Trump has common sense? You think Donald Trump has common sense? I'm sorry. Let's start here first. He literally was just proponing the idea that not taking Tylenol during the context of pregnancy had no negative impacts, as if untreated fever isn't going to be negatively impactful to someone's health and the health of the pregncy. Hello?
I don't
he said
think
that. He said that
was
Tylenol
saying, no, he
usage
didn't say
in
that. He just
come on.
He said, bro, you can't. It's context. He said that.
Let's talk about
he
the
didn't
context.
say let it go unchecked completely. Say if keep having a fever. He said don't use this type of medication.
What? So what? Use what else?
There's only one medication that can be used for a fever.
Tylenol is the leading prescribed, not necessarily prescribed, but the leading medication to take for pregnant women as far as fevers. Like literally, it's the gold standard. They've tested it.
100%.
Wait. You tell me right now.
You have to look.
Wait.
Isn't
what
that
else?
where you would
Wait,
look
actually,
down
tell me
and-
right now. Tell me right now. What else should they take?
Well, for one, I know a lot of holistic doctors, or not even holistic doctors, say that you should just oxygen and IV. Like that's big right now.
Dude, I'm sorry. Oxygen and IV is not going to get rid of fever, dude. What are you talking about?
Dude, what are you talking about? You want to talk about...
Wait, so you want pregnant women to go to a witch doctor? Like, I'm so confused what's happening.
Yeah,
right now.
I'm sorry. You want them to what do you want them to do?
100% O2 and a salient is a witch doctor?
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bro,
wait, you're saying just to do that? Wait, you're saying to do that for a fever? Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, man. That's out of this world to you? I'm not going to sit here and talk with two dudes who aren't doctors about medicine.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you want me to play
it's three dudes that aren't doctors. It's
three dudes.
It's
well,
not
that's
two.
why I
It's
said
three dudes is not
That's why I
doctors.
said I'm not going to.
Hold up. You want to hear let's hear what doctors have to say on the matter. Let's hear what doctors have to say. You want to hear what some doctors have to say real quick? Watch this.
During pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism.
Okay, so Trump, with the help of RFK Jr., has officially announced that Tylenol, which is a brand name for acetaminophen or paracetamol, greatly increases your baby's risk of autism. And this is the answer RFK Jr. promised by the end of September this year. And I have to say, this is complete garbage. Time school. Whilst it's true that some observational studies do report associations between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and certain neurodevelopmental outcomes like autism, you have to remember that pregnant women who take acetaminophen don't just take it for shits and giggles. They take it because they are unwell, for example with a fever, pain, infection, chronic illness, or something else. The indication or reason for taking the drug can often be linked to autism, not the drug itself. So when you look at well-designed studies like the gold standard Swedish sibling study on almost 2.5 million children, at first they found that mothers who used acetaminophen versus those who didn't, their babies had a 5% increased risk of autism. But when researchers performed a sibling control analysis where the researchers compared brothers and sisters where one had acetaminophen during pregnancy and the other didn't, and thus controlling for genetics and maternal factors, they found no increased risk of autism, ADHD, or intellectual disability. And this is why the UK confirms that acetaminophen or paracetamol is safe to use during pregnancy, and there is no evidence that it causes autism. Oh, and this is the same as Canada, Singapore, Australia, and basically the rest of the world. And now here's the most important part. Maternal fever or hypothermia in early pregnancy is absolutely linked to various birth defects. And acetaminophen is one of the few options to bring down a fever safely in pregnancy. Avoiding it based on misinformation like this can severely harm both the mother and the baby. So maybe don't take your health advice from RFK Jr. and Trump, who can't even pronounce the drug he's talking about correctly.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
Class dismissed.
He said, well. He also can't say origins. He says oranges.
Thank you for the galaxy. So, I mean, come on. That's just one example. I can also show you Trump saying the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. And he was saying carbon emissions don't exist. Like,
yeah, man, I'm not fighting back on that stuff. Like that's so much of those are party positions that there's a mountain of anecdotal stuff on both sides that.
Oh, let me keep going though. He also said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, right? I mean, like, dude, the point that I'm getting from this is that the idea that you have in your head that Donald Trump has common sense or brings about more common sense is the most radically insane take I have ever seen ever. So the fact that you said that without that second thought kind of is a little bit concerning to me.
Also, my favorite thing to call out
on that because
hold on. My favorite thing to call out. Hey, do you remember when Donald Trump stared at the sun during a solar eclipse without glasses? Like, who does that? Bro. Tell me what type of common sense person with common sense stares at a solar eclipse without glasses.
You wanted to nuke hurricanes to get rid of them.
Yeah. You wanted to take it in, man. I don't know what to tell you on that stuff. Like, you're not gonna find me standing on a stool for him on that. It's not gonna happen. But at the same time, we can all be real here. Like, imagine, look at the people inside the party on the other side that you guys represent, and let's not act like they didn't say a bunch of crazy stuff to you.
I'm sorry, nothing comparative to this. I'll give you another one. He said that if Jesus were the vote, no, I got you.
He said you to stop now.
He said, hold on.
You got Biden, who's up there.
Hold on. One more. Come on.
Leave the podium.
Let me do this last one. This last one's really funny. This last one's really funny. He said if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won.
Yeah.
Hey man, the guy believes he's that guy.
He also fantasized about Arnold Palmer's junk. Like, that was the thing. He talked about Arnold Palmer's junk. So, like, it's a lot. It's just a lot. It's a lot.
I hear you. I wish you guys. Man, I'm telling you. I hear you. I hear it all. It makes me. I roll my eyes every day on some of this stuff. I do. And that's what makes it hard. It does make it hard. And it was a hard election. It was a hard choice because there's a lot of stuff that I just didn't get. But you got to, from where I'm from and the position that I'm in, man, like, I've seen what.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because so you sound like you're a blue collar worker from a small town, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I can respect that. I'm from a small town in the South, and so I understand your position. And I also understand why people tend to vote Republican because, one, they've been told that liberals or the left are coastal elites, right? They say they're hobnobbing with the ultra wealthy and they don't care about people and all this other stuff.
Right.
Question for you. How many of the richest men on earth showed up to Donald Trump's inauguration?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure.
I think it was top seven of the top 10.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's
how many billionaires are in Donald Trump's cabinet?
I have no clue, brother.
18.
No clue.
18 billionaires, the most ever. So, how much money has Donald Trump made since he's been back in office this term?
I'm sure it's disgusting.
Over $4 billion since getting back in office in January. The point that I'm trying to make is that people in small towns think that voting for Republicans because they say that they're family first and they're Christians and they believe in small business and all this other stuff. It's a lie. You've been propagandized, and the right literally continues to take care of big business while the left is continuing trying to protect people like you. But you, for some reason, think that the left is evil because they also care about marginalized people. Like, that's the disconnect. You like, literally, you're voting against your own best interests. That's why farmers, farmers across the country they're literally, they just had a prayer circle praying for help when Donald Trump took away the subsidies that Joe Biden put in place. And also, for the last quarter, they haven't sold any soybeans to China because Donald Trump started a trade war. Like, literally, Donald Trump and the Republican Party are actively harming people like you you guys keep voting for him because you think that like the left is all about the marginalized people. And we've already covered why focusing on marginalized people would be a good thing.
I'm not saying that it's not, man. I'm not. And I'll be honest with you. So much of my voting power is not through influence. I know you said that because I do relate and I do see that a lot, but I can personally tell you that's not my experience. We went just on a governor's level. We had Ducey for a long time, and I'm a state employee, and so we had a Republican governor, and he made me want to rip my hair out a lot too. But we get Katie Hobbs, and I like Katie Hobbs. I think I got the pleasure of meeting her. I think she's cool, but I seen what she did from a fiscal spot, and it was detriment, man. Like, it was detriment. The money that had been earmarked from the previous party on certain things, and we were in a surplus financially as a state, and she ripped through a lot of money, and a lot of it, I mean, it was like over $90 million in like 3 months to homeless aid efforts in Phoenix. That I just think there's a better way to deal with that. I think that it's like cart before the horse on so many of these problems. And so a lot of that stuff is what influenced my voting, even on a larger scale. And so that's where it's at for me personally. Like I said, there's a lot of things from the Republic. Go ahead.
The only thing that I'll say about that is that conflating local politics or state level politics to national level politics is the worst thing that you can possibly do. Understanding what has direct influence on you in your everyday life versus what has long-lasting impacts on society as a whole and the country as a whole, right? So while you may have disagreements with your local and state level government, putting Donald Trump in power has been detrimental to the country his first term, and it's actively being detrimental to the country in his second term. So there's a huge difference between what you saw on a state level in Arizona versus what's happening in the country. Donald Trump is actively harming the entire country, which is going to harm not only Arizona, but everyone else.
Yeah, and I can differentiate those two things. I'm just saying from a party standpoint is where I was going at with that. And I'll be honest, and I only say this about Democrats because I often feel it as a Republican. And I can tell you from a Republican standpoint, or at least if voting Republican this last time around, there are I'll preference my point with this. There are Republicans that stand in front of microphones and stand in front of cameras that make my stomach turn, that say stuff that doesn't align with me and that I couldn't disagree with more, and that I don't want representing as a part of my party, right? And they're the ones who get the most clicks and views. And I'll be honest, and that's something that I had to come to and realize to check myself, because I found a lot of my emotions and my voting power leaning farther right than they probably should for the same exact reason on the other side. Like there are people in the Democratic Party that it's like when people think Democrats, they don't think the teacher and the nurse and the engineer down the street with the Volkswagen in the driveway and the mowed lawn. They just don't look at it like that. They look at it as the most scary part of what they think society could turn into. And I'm not going to go into like what those specifics look like because I believe it's different for everybody.
I think you're right. People on the right have been propagandized into being scared. The right is good as far as creating boogeyman's. Like I get it, but I guess the last question I have.
You your flowers by saying it goes.
No. I'm not even talking about you. I'm talking about the right. Like literally, they always have a boogeyman. Whether it's transgender people, whether it's migrants coming from the southern border, whether it's black and brown people in general. They always have a boogeyman. But the question I have, and then I'll give it to Parker, is can you name one bill in the last 60 years, just one bill within the last 60 years that the Republican Party has passed that overwhelmingly benefits the majority of Americans? Just one.
Man, I'll be honest with you. I'm not the right guy to ask that stuff. Although I'll
give you the answer. There hasn't been one. There hasn't been one. Like I
think that could be such an opinion-based question.
No, it's not. If there was one that overwhelmingly benefited all Americans, I would absolutely stand on it and say, yes, this has been something that they passed and it's been substantial. If they had passed, let's say, the CHIPS and Science Act, or if they had passed the Affordable Care Act, like in the last 60 years, the Republican Party has not put forth any legislation that's overall benefiting to everyday Americans. Now, you can talk about Project Warp Speed and things that happened during the pandemic that they did and they reacted really well. But I'm talking about just legislating when they have power, not when we're in an actual crisis. They haven't done anything. That's my point.
Yeah, and once again, I'm not going to argue that. I would like to be more knowledgeable with my party and be able to give you something, but I couldn't do it the other way either. And like I said, I do believe that a lot of that is opinion based, because I know even with, like you said, like the Affordable Health Care Act, I think there's a lot of people that were so far against that, and I understand that a lot of that is on big pharma and also the insurance companies not wanting that to happen. So there's a lot of emotion and money involved in those types of things, and so that's why I think they're dangerous to argue about, especially from somebody who just isn't to that point. And that's why it's so hard for me to, say this is my guy, and that's why I can't jump in with both feet on it. I do believe in, and I would say the most sensitive topic that I can say that I do back of his, and with just what I've seen, is the immigration thing. I know that it's such a hot topic right now, and although I back it, I'm not, inhuman to it. It's heartbreaking. I watch these videos, and it does suck. I wish there was a better system. But once again, it's not for lack of trying, I don't think. We didn't arrive, where we're at in the last 4, 8, 16 years, right? It's a growing problem. But once again, the approach that they took, as extreme as it is, I just don't know how he makes an impact without going this hard. And I do believe that
Donald Trump oversaw the border crisis, and he's also not doing anything productive for the border or immigration at this time. Sorry, you said a lot to say nothing. He's not doing anything.
Well, and I think that there's a lot of people that would disagree with that. I think that, from a number standpoint,
he's deporting less than Joe Biden.
It doesn't reflect as hard, but when you see that there is an influx,
he's spending more money, he's violating more rights, and he's deporting less.
You believe that there's more people being deported now than a year ago?
No,
or less people
yes, the numbers actually reflected. It's verifiable
then why
information.
Are people so upset with it?
Because he's violating human rights.
If Joe Biden was deporting more people than Donald Trump,
because Donald Trump is violating human rights. He's literally he has a privatized police force in ICE who is militarized, and they're running around with masks on, grabbing people and not actually, giving them due process, throwing them in concentration camps. Like, it's sending them off to Venezuela, not Venezuela, but
concentration camps is a tough comparison, bro.
Alligator Alcatraz was a concentration camp. Yes.
That's such a tough comparison.
It's not. If you saw the conditions and got the reports back from what they said about this, it's absolutely a concentration camp.
Man, I just can't. I hear you.
He was also sending people to CCOT.
Yeah, I just from your party standpoint, wouldn't you guys be backing that then? Because I do know that you guys are for
Wait, backing sending people to CCOT?
No, no. We're off that. That was I not at all. I wouldn't say that about people. I don't believe. I don't think anybody. Saying.
Did you know there's 1,200 people missing right now from Alligator Alcatraz? There's 1,200 undocumented immigrants that they have no idea where they are.
I thought I saw a guy talking about that with Parker on
1,200
Thursday.
missing people.
He made a pretty good point on that. I think he said that a lot of those numbers were because they were in transit, and so because they just weren't accounted for.
No. That could have been one of the explanations. Right?
Yeah, he made a pretty solid
categorized
on that. Yeah,
not categorized. It's still based upon the definition of missing. They are missing. Now, could the explanation be that they're in process of being deported, that they are in transport, and plenty of different other things? Yes, for some people that's true, but we don't know. They're missing. Their family have been looking and trying to find them, have been asking around, and they haven't been able to find that. So that's really important. That needs investigation.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. We can't. Yeah, the humanity inside of this process.
That's 2/3 of the amount of people that were there.
Right. I want to say I did look into that when you guys were talking about it, because I think I hopped on while listening and was like, "Holy crap!" I want to say that I did there was some resolve to that, but maybe I mean, like you said, there are certain things that could have been impacting that number, but who knows for sure how much. And if it's one, it's too many. So the 1,200 is crazy, right? So, yeah, but yeah, if that's true, which I don't think it is, if it's true that there are more people being deported a year ago than today,
go look up the numbers. Go whenever you get time. Go look it up. I
will. But then why the big attack on him for it being
because he's
undermining the
human
Constitution. He doesn't care about due process rights, right?
Yep.
He's actively saying that people should be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag. He's calling media organizations illegal.
Yep.
He's ramping down on people's human rights, and people are just responding to that. That's all we're doing. We're saying he is violating core fundamental human rights, individual freedoms that we think America should, want to support, right?
Yeah. But I just think it's the minority at this point that are saying that. That's the scary part.
That's even if that's true, that doesn't mean that we're wrong.
100%. I'm not saying that.
Right,
the
but
law
like
is the
I
law.
don't think that we are. I think a majority of people are calling this out. Have you seen Trump's approval ratings on the economy as of recently?
Down.
No, I haven't, because the economy. But then again, he was very upfront about saying it's going to get worse before it's going to get better.
He wasn't. He wasn't. Before he was elected, he said that everything was going to go way up. He said that he was going to immediately reduce grocery prices, gas prices. He said that everything was going to be sunshine, rainbows, and puppies. And Parker, I don't know about you, but I haven't gotten my puppy yet. I'm still waiting.
No, I hear you, brother. No, I get it. I have seen it. I don't know about. I know it's regional, it's different, but our gas prices did go down and have been down. And I'm not saying it's by this huge amount, but it's definitely not like it was from his first term. We didn't get the hike like we did from his first term to when it went to Biden. That hike, that's where it was really tough. And and once again, I know it's going to say, well, that's because of what he did before Biden got there, and that might be the case, 100%. I'm just saying, all I could think of when there was a change in party is that my wallet could not take the same jump, and it hasn't. I haven't felt it personally. I don't know about other people. I'm not saying that I got extra. I'm not saying that I'm saving it. That it's a lot better. I'm just saying it didn't get worse, and that's huge for me.
What didn't get worse, sir?
Just as far as the increase in commodities and goods.
They did. They understand that since April, it's gone up from 2.3 to 2.9%, and it's going to trend up continually, and it will be up higher. When are you going to blame them? Is it going to be at 3%? Is it going to be at 4%? Seriously, at what point is it going to be that Trump caused it? Is that Trump is responsible?
Hopefully it gets, like I said, hopefully it gets better quick.
Well, I'm just going to let you know, we know that's not going to happen. Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve indicated that's not going to happen by reducing interest rates, because that's going to put upward pressure on prices to a greater extent. But he had to do that because the jobs report was so bad, and we were literally having practically no new jobs, right, compared to what we were. Literally a year ago, it was 7 to 10 times more per month.
Right. Yeah. No, I do know that. I agree with that. I'm hoping that ramps up with the tariffs. I don't know where it's going to go with that, but it would be nice if we do get some more manufacturing here in the United States for multiple reasons. We'll see if that happens, but that's a scary subject too. I know that I could see us having bumps in that. My position on the tariffs is more from an environmental level than anything, but yeah, we'll see what goes on with that.
So tariffs are definitely worse. I mean, how do you feel about him not releasing the Epstein files?
Man, I knew that wasn't going to happen. We all know that wasn't going to happen. There's too much money involved in that for the people.
Do you want him to release the files?
I guess. It doesn't matter to me. I can promise you.
It doesn't matter to you?
No, it doesn't, because at this point, I think they're all like that, man. I just do. I think they're all bad.
He doesn't
people,
want the files to be released. That's a wild take that you don't care. Why?
Because at the end of the day, I don't know what
want
to
it to be
believe
exposed
at that level. To me, it already is.
No.
What happened to these people that were?
It's
What
not
happened
fully
to everybody,
exposed.
man?
It's not fully exposed. You understand that if we had the list, we would be able to see. I want to wrap in Santana as well. I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, he had his hand up.
I was just gonna say, I only had one other thing because I'm getting ready to take off. I'm taking my wife and my mother-in-law out to eat, so I'm gonna take off here in just a moment.
Man.
I just want to say, like the premise that you're making, it doesn't make sense, right? I mean, I know we jumped to the Epstein thing, but your idea as far as like tariffs, Donald Trump has like negatively impacted our economy to the point that we are literally engaging in stagflation, right? You talked about him bringing back manufacturing jobs, but there's been over 70,000 manufacturing jobs lost since he started implementing the Liberation Day tariffs, right? Manufacturing was up under Joe Biden, and now it's on a downward trend. He hasn't done anything to positively impact the economy. And again, he's hurting everyday Americans. And also, fucking release the list. What are we talking about? Like, yes, Leah, put the Epstein list out. Yes, hold everybody accountable. We don't care who's on the list. We want everybody held accountable. Like, none of that makes sense.
They're not hold them accountable. That's where I don't care. They're not
going to hold anybody accountable if they're scrubbing the list with the FBI and then not putting it out. Like, we should hold all of these people accountable. The victims deserve justice.
100%. So they're going to scrub the list and they're going to get all their homeboys off of it, and then everybody else.
You mean
is
Trump?
gonna
You
go.
mean Trump?
Yeah, would do Trump. Yes.
You mean also like let's address this. So like you're saying that like in terms of the release, would you want it to be released? Yes, you probably would. You just think it's going to be changed. Would you want the actual like files to be released? Yes.
Bro,
Then Trump doesn't want your support.
Yeah.
Trump said that he doesn't want your support. Then he said that anyone who wants them to be released, right, that he doesn't want their support anymore. And that they actually never supported him in the first place.
Right. Well, I mean, once again, we could do that all day long. I mean, Biden said that if you don't vote for him as an African American, you ain't black.
Yeah,
Like,
he went back and said that he shouldn't have said that. He apologized for it, and he moved forward from that point. Like literally, the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is, yes, Joe Biden has had many gaffes. He's had many fuck ups, but he has never been too big or too prideful to say, you know what? Shouldn't have said that. I fucked up. I'm sorry. I will not do that again. I will fix that. There's a huge difference between that and Donald Trump saying, I've never repented because I've never sinned, or him just like doing all the other things that he's done and never actually saying sorry. Also, really quick, Christina, thank you for the 20. You're freaking awesome. And also, Emily, thank you for the 5. You know it. You absolutely right. Parker, I got to get out of here. I appreciate you having me up.
Good seeing you. Good seeing you. Have a great.
Hey, thanks, man. Good
dinner.
job.
Yep.
Alrighty. So what else were you saying?
Well, just if I were to talk about, like I said, from the tariff standpoint, like I said, one of the biggest reasons on why I'm for the tariffs is not from a financial standpoint. I think that will be more of like a ramped impact. But I would like to see tariffs for more of like an environmental impact. If we can manufacture things in the United States where we do have some more legitimate regulations on how hard manufacturing is on the environment, where it's going on in these third world countries, they manufacture with reckless abandonment, man. Like, it's really tough on the environment.
That's crazy for your prescriptions there. Wouldn't you then advocate for greater levels of regulation around the world, not less regulation?
Well, I'm saying less manufacturing in those areas. If we cannot buy rubber ducks from China,
he's willing to say that about countries around the world comparative to the United States, but not Trump comparative to the Democrats. When the Democrats were actively advocating for better sorts of regulations and standards, to then be able to literally sell our technology to the rest of the world, to be able to then incentivize everyone else to engage in that policy as well. The largest investment in renewable energy ever happened under the Biden-Harris administration through the Inflation Reduction Act. Trump pulled us out of all of those conditions, right? He also pulled us out of the Paris Climate Accords, defunded the World Health Organization, defunded the CDC, right? Trump has actively advocated against the usage of literal science, not only in the context of climate change, but also in the context of, like, for example, with Tylenol, right? We can point to plenty of different things.
Once again, I don't think he pulled us out of those things because he was against their position. I think he pulled us out of them because he thinks that he could have made a bigger impact with less. Like that Paris climate.
So then what did he do? What did he do to replace any of them? So what did he do to replace any of them? Nothing.
No, he did. He did. He's got there's gosh, what's that girl's name? See, and this is where it's tough for me, man. Like I don't know it to that point. But you're telling me that he's not doing anything from an environmental standpoint. Like I can't hop on.
He doesn't even believe it exists. He believes it's a hoax. He's the biggest hoax of all time. I promise you that it's the biggest hoax. I know I'm denying the scientific consensus amongst all scientists, 97%, I think more, maybe, possibly. But I think I'm smarter than all of them. They don't know what they're doing. I'm educated more than them, I tell you that. Like, dude, are you serious? He thinks that he's smarter than this medical community, than the scientific community. Like, he's actually insane. Come on, dude.
I'm not saying climate change. I've heard his opinion on climate change. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about from an environmental standpoint in general. You're saying that he doesn't care at all. He has nothing in place for environmental control.
No, literally has like absolutely nothing comparative to Democrats. Obviously, to some extent, he does. Like, it's not like there's zero regulation in place, but he is literally not doing anything comparative to Democrats. He's doing worse comparative to Democrats. Does that make sense?
I bet you dollar for dollar he's not. How much was that Paris climate? What was it? It was an outrageous number. You know it. Come on, help me out.
I think it creates greater levels of social benefit.
Dude,
when you reduce pollution, that increases social benefits in the long run, especially because you understand that pollution harms people's health.
100%, but you can't stand on this table on this side and scream for it on that side. Like, once again,
it doesn't make any sense. What'd you just say?
You can't say that you care about the environment while encouraging us to buy from these places that are bottom of the barrel.
What do you mean?
When it comes to environmental control. When it comes to environmental control.
What places do you want to cut off trade with?
I'm not saying cut off trade. I'm saying that if we can manufacture...
By the way, if you want to incentivize there to be better conditions in terms of the climate, why wouldn't you agree with the Paris Climate Accords?
Because there was so much money being distributed outside of the intent there that it was insane.
No, it wasn't. That was like one of the most bare bones agreements ever. It was one of the basic, very bases for getting us into international agreements associated with dealing with climate change. And Donald Trump is undermining that because he literally believes it's a hoax.
We were funding like 95% of that, dude. We can't fit the bill on that stuff anymore. Like, you go to some of these places, we got to work on ourselves a little bit.
One, the 95% number is actually insane. You don't know what you're talking about. Secondly, as it relates to this, again, we want to, get people to work on an international standpoint to address climate change. And now you're arguing against that. Donald Trump's also undermining and dismantling the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. You understand that's incredibly important for ensuring environmental standards in our country. And you're effectively arguing that because standards are not as good in other countries around the world means that we should have worse standards?
No, dude, that pales in comparison. Our standards are far and above better than other countries. A lot of other countries, especially the ones that are leading in manufacturing.
Name the country.
China. You believe that China has stricter manufacturing?
So your comparative analysis, by the way, his comparative analysis.
Will you answer?
His comparative analysis for determining what policy we should have is by looking how China operates their government. Are you serious? That's your standard for comparison?
No, you asked me.
No, yeah, I'm asking you. That was your standard for comparison.
Your position was that we are worse than them, correct?
No, you're saying because China operates a certain way in terms of their government, that means we should operate that way. Would you do the same thing with COVID? Would you say that we should have China's COVID policy? The authoritarian COVID policy, do you agree with that?
No, I think Trump did good during COVID.
Wait, so then do you want to use that as a baseline for comparison, how China's government operates? I don't think you should any specific government and be like, this is the specific way that we should operate just because of that. You'd have to give a reason why it's better, right?
I don't believe that Trump believes that we should operate our environmental policies the same as China.
You don't think we should? Okay, so then why'd you use it for a basis of comparison?
No, I said I don't believe that Trump thinks we should. I don't believe that Trump thinks that China has a good environmental policies.
Okay, so then what's your point of bringing it up?
Because you asked, dude.
No,
you said what country's worse than us?
Yes, because you were talking about there being countries worse.
100%.
And that being justification.
Manufactured here from an environmental standpoint, if we manufactured those goods here, it would be safer for the environment. And I do believe that if the tariffs go that way and it does become to be more cost effective to manufacture here, where there is better environmental standards, that it would be better for the environment.
So you want to cut off trade with China?
I'm saying that it's not. He's not threatening to cut it off. He's threatening that it's going to be more expensive.
Okay, so
he's threatening that it's going to be more expensive.
How does that make it better? How does that make conditions better in terms of the environment?
Because if things get to that point and it's cheaper to manufacture it here rather than ship it here, then that's one more rubber ducky being made in Minnesota than it is in Bangladesh.
Wait, I'm sorry. What would be the issue specifically in that context? I don't think that's what's causing carbon emissions. What? And also, like, again, in terms of this, you're now saying that you want
on our carbon footprint.
So one thing, you want all production. You want
Hold
all
on,
production.
no. Let's tackle what you just said.
No.
You're saying that
you want all production to happen in the United States, but it is the case that literally, one, that's not actually economically feasible. Two, it is the case that you didn't want to incentivize countries around the world to better their climate standards. And then three, as it relates to this, Appreciate the Galaxy, thank you so much. You're bringing up things that are irrelevant to this, right? And this is also not addressing the fact that Donald Trump has undermined environmental standards in this country. So if you're arguing that they should have more environmental standards, how could you argue we should have less?
Damn, you muted me, dog.
Yeah.
I didn't catch it because I was talking to you.
If you're arguing that it's better or it's worse for a country around the world to have less standards for regulations for the environment, why are you arguing that it's better for Donald Trump to have less?
I'm not arguing that it's better for him to have less.
Well, he does have less, and he actually believes that it's a hoax.
So you believe that the standards in the United States for manufacturing and for the EPA are less than what China has to comply to?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't know the comparison in terms of China. I'm not 100% familiar with their policy on the environment, but I can understand that. I don't think that should be my basis for comparison, or I have to specifically use that as a basis for comparison.
Well, that's all I'm saying. So if you're trying to argue what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we can manufacture some of this stuff in the United States, that it will be better for the environment than buying it from China, where it's being manufactured with reckless abandonment to the environment.
Manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office because it's made domestic manufacturing in this country more expensive, because the imposition of tariffs universally, which apply to all different goods, as an aspect of the domestic manufacturing process in the United States.
100%. You're not going to find me disagreeing with that.
If you cut the EPA, we won't have the same types of regulatory standards as what we've had historically, especially in a bunch of different countries around the world. And Donald Trump's goal is not to reduce the emissions. Donald Trump's goal has nothing to do with that, because he thinks that climate change is a hoax. So your idea that you even care about that in the very first place is so disingenuous. You don't give a shit about it. If you did, you'd support Kamala Harris.
Don't do this, bro. Don't bully people. Like,
I'm not bullying you. I'm just telling you that I disagree with you, and that's not the position you have.
And what I'm not, and who
that's not bullying.
Bro, it is.
Me telling you the conditions of your position that I think are true about your position and having an opinion about that is not bullying. What are you talking about?
But you're telling me that Donald Trump wants to get rid of the EPA. That's what you said.
Oh my God, I'm bullying you because I said that Donald Trump wants to cut the EPA. Oh my God, look at the bullying. How dare you bully me like that? Oh my God. Are you serious? Me just acknowledging a fact of reality is not bullying. What are you talking about, dude?
I'm saying in a sense of, like, you just keep talking over me, that type of stuff, and telling me what my positions are and what they should be. It's not. I mean, if I use the term bullying and it messed with you, I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have said that. I just more of meant tell me who I am and what my positions are, just because they oppose yours.
No, I'm saying it seems like this is the case.
I apologize if I called you a bully. I shouldn't have done that.
Well, all I'm saying is it seems like this is the case, and you can clarify any misconception and explain it.
But that's what I'm asking you. I'm saying, but you just said, like, I don't believe, you said Donald Trump wants to get rid of the EPA. I don't believe he wants to do that. I've never seen him say that. I've never seen any ounce of paperwork or reporting on that. He wants to get rid of the EPA. Those are your words. And somebody as popular and as smart and intelligent and that has the following of you, Parker, like, you got to be careful saying stuff like that, because yeah, and I know you're on fire right now trying to find an article with an excerpt that says he wants to XYZ the EPA, but that's not the same as saying he wants to get rid of the EPA. Like, people hear you say that stuff and they really take it to heart, man. They go to work and they talk about it and they tell people that because they trust you. That's where it's dangerous.
If I said that, I did not mean to say that. I never said to my knowledge, I never said that he would get rid of the entire EPA. I said he would gut the EPA.
Said that. No, you said he'd get rid of it. That's what you said.
Okay, well, he's engaged in an aggressive rollback. I was never saying that there were zero standards. I don't think that's how this conversation went. Me saying he's gutting it is not saying that he's getting rid of it entirely.
All I was saying is that if there could be anything positive coming out of the tariffs, if we could manufacture
can I do this?
Better standards.
I have a PBS article about Trump's EPA announces aggressive rollback of environmental protections. That's from PBS News.
Yeah. Once again, though, but he's not looking at getting rid of it completely, disbanding it. Rollbacks
proposals include to upend the basis for the EPA's climate change actions and impact rules on emissions limits, water waste, or wastewater regulations, and air quality standards.
I believe that was regarding personnel across those different. I think context was a little bit foggy in that, because I do believe that had more to do with personnel resources across those different surface boards.
You mean to enforce the enforcement of them? Yeah, that's the.
I don't think it was I don't think it was the compliance.
But it's on the basis of rules. By the way, it's not just the enforcement; it's the basis of rules.
Right. But once again, I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing that he wanted to get rid of it. Like, that's where it's scary. Like, you say stuff like that, and people, man, like, that's where it could get bad. Like, that's somebody goes and says that, and then it gets scary.
What? I've been saying what's factual this whole time. I was framing it as
not
like
a fact.
there is going to be some level, but it's going to be like lesser than Democrats. That's what I've said the whole time. I don't think I once said that he would get rid of the entire EPA.
That's what you. But you've already apologized if you did say that, so I'm not fishing here. I'm just saying that is what you said. Like, it is what you said. So.
Sure, if you think, like, I genuinely don't remember saying that, but like, again, if I did do that, like, I can acknowledge that, but I didn't mean that. That's not my intention.
Okay, and that's fair enough. And I appreciate that you clarified, because I do see where you're coming from, where that's conflicting positions by party. For me to say that, I think environmental.
If I say cut the EPA, that doesn't mean cut the entirety of the EPA as well.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm off it, the semantics part of it. Like, I can tell you, I think a lot of people would have taken those words and ran a different direction with it. And that's where I just give a lot of respect to you, because you do have a lot of people that, listen to you and appreciate you and really reflect your beliefs. And I think that's healthy. And that's where it's scary to hear people of your, reputation say stuff that could be considered to be outside of pocket. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Accidentally? Like I clearly didn't mean that. That's obviously not my position. My position is that it's reducing it. Like, I genuinely accidentally did that if I did say that.
And that's why I'm saying, yep, 100%. No harm, no foul. It is, I think nobody in listening right now believes that that's the way you said it or meant it when you said it that way.
Okay. Well, I mean, just the point that I'm getting to with that is that how is that like an impact on, like, I don't know, whatever. We can get past this point.
Yeah.
Do you understand the point that I'm generally making with this, though? That you cannot say that it's worse for countries around the world to have lesser regulations in terms of the environment, but it's also better for Donald Trump to have lesser regulations on the environment.
Worldwide.
What do you mean?
Correct. Because he can't really do anything about other places.
He can't do anything about other places. Yes, we can.
Yeah, and
the
their
Paris Climate Accords. You can uphold different international agreements.
China was never involved in that.
I mean, they were involved to some degree, but there's not a binding aspect of the agreement.
No, they were not. Yeah, search it up. China was never held accountable by the Paris Climate.
Yeah, I never said there was I said there wasn't an enforcement mechanism.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. When
they
you
were
like,
part of
yes,
the Paris Climate Agreement. Yeah.
Right. But that had little to no impact on manufacturing, correct?
What do you mean that little to no impact? You said that it was going to have such an impact. And also, again, manufacturing investment declined under Trump's first term. It's declined since he got in office, and it heavily increased under the Biden-Harris administration due to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
100%, which, and like I said, I think those will be more of ramp numbers when it comes to that.
What do you mean?
I believe that when he said it's going to get worse before it gets better, that manufacturing is going to be one of those ramp things. I think it's very early on for any data to come back positive on any of that stuff, especially when we're still trading and when tariffs have been buckled back and forth a couple of times. I think that a lot of these places are buying when tariffs are low. I think they're buying super, super high and they're stocking. And then I feel also like when that stuff's going down, tariffs suddenly go the other way, and I believe they re-up.
What are tariffs?
What do you mean?
What is a tariff?
I believe in a sense it's money that is charged for trade.
No extra add to that?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and do it's a tax, it's a this, that. Like, I think it's funding that had to be paid in order to do business with somebody.
Okay, so
that's wrong. I mean,
yes, actually, that is wrong. That is wrong.
Okay,
so a tariff is a tax on an imported good. So it's specifically on imported goods, right? And it's paid by the American importer that's importing the product, the business importing the product, and it's passed down to the American consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution.
100%, but you're acting like that's exactly what it goes. But if you're China and I'm buying tires and I have to pay the tariff.
But like if me and you were engaging in a trade, the tax would not be in place. There's trade between me and you in that context, yet it is the case the tariff's not implemented. So it's on specific goods, not all goods in trade.
Right, and that's why I said if you were China and I was purchasing tires from you, there is a tariff on tires. Correct? Okay, and so our agreement is that it is $50 a tire, but now there's a $10 tariff on that tire. That tariff comes out of my pocket because I'm the one purchasing the tire. So that's where the conversation starts, where being in business, that's not where it stops. I still tell you, hey, I'm your biggest buyers of tires. You're going to supplement me on this tariff if you want to keep doing business with me, and you're going to pay $700 or $775 of this tariff that I have to pay. So you're going to cut the price of your tires that you've been selling me down to $32.50. Let's not act like that doesn't happen.
Even if that did happen, that would still cause prices to go up. But it would also incentivize them to reduce standards for labor in their country, because it is a case that they want to be able to compete given the same market conditions.
Man, I think that it's so bottom of the barrel in some of these places. Like, I can agree with that. I'll agree with you on that.
So then you want to make labor conditions worse?
No, I don't. And that's why I'm not saying that it's going to happen overnight, man. Like, I don't believe, for one, worse is scary because I think it's already so bad. And labor conditions is a tough ask. I don't like talking about that or thinking about it because some of those places are so scary over there when it comes to labor conditions. As far as an environmental standpoint, I don't know how much more corners they can cut after looking at some of the articles that I've read from the working conditions over there. There's places where
so if you want to incentivize better working conditions and labor conditions, and you want to incentivize better environmental conditions, well, then things like the Paris Climate Accords would be an incredibly important thing for you to do to start with that. Not saying that that's perfect. It was definitely non-binding. But the point that I'm saying with that is that you have to have some level of agreement on an international basis to at least work towards a common goal, to at least start, right, getting people to come together to do something about climate change.
But we have that over here already. If you're making
we don't. Donald Trump has just got that.
Oh man, yes. It pales in comparison to the way we manufacture to them from an environmental standpoint. Some of these countries are so harsh on the environment. I'm not saying that we're perfect, because we're not, especially somebody who cares about the environment, but it pales in comparison. To compare how our manufacturing standards from an environmental level to theirs is not a comparison I'm not going to concede anything on that.
So what you're not understanding is that, again, you're saying that we should have worse environmental standards because it is the case that other countries have even worse environmental standards?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we are light years ahead of where they are. So even if we keep the status quo where it's at right now, and we can manufacture here, and if they're doing 1 million tires overseas, if we can do half of that,
wait. Based on what measure? We're light years based on what measure?
So you think that's close?
Wait, I just want to ask, based on what measure do you use?
It's common sense. Like, it's so much better here.
Using what measure? What measure does
You
common
say that
sense
the
tell you?
manufacturing, that we have a lot better labor laws and environmental standards here than China does.
Can you just give me an example of any of them that you're referencing? No, I just want to hear like an answer of that without you saying, do you disagree with that? I want to hear an actual like specific point that you're making, because like I don't even think you know.
Our air quality is very
Our air quality is what?
better.
Okay, so you're saying it's better to have better air quality. So then why do you support Trump, who I just told you, right, was literally getting rid of regulations for air quality standards?
That's not what you said.
That
You
is
said
what I
that he
said.
cut resources. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. I read this off earlier. I said that the proposals include a call to upend the basis for the EPA's climate change actions and impact rules on emissions limits, wastewater regulations, and air quality standards. I read that verbatim. And it was specifically on the article, Trump's EPA announces aggressive rollback of environmental protections, specifically
But not
from
in
PBS.
standards and resources. Not in standards and resources.
Resources to specifically enforce those particular regulations.
No.
Okay,
That's
then
not
what was
true.
it?
That he was cutting personnel and resources to those, not standards.
Both. It was both, actually.
So they're being more lenient on the standards. Where's that from?
I told you the article. Look at the article.
It's from PBS, right?
So it was literally quoted the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history. Give him a second to look this up. In the meantime, let me say thank you to some people. Let me catch up real quick while he looks up and tries to find this information. Mutant, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Charco, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Patient Stacks, thank you. Barbara, thank you for the $25 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Barbara. Feisty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Mactastic, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Mactastic. Thank you. And for the $2, thank you so much. Rudy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Visionary, thank you so much for the $5. Libby, thank you so much for the $10. Stringless, thank you so much for the $2. Patty with the $10. Thank you. MJ, thank you for the $10. Stringless, thank you again for the $5. Just a Rancer, thank you for the $2. Thank you, thank you. Ryan, thank you for the $2. Libby with the $10. Barbara again with the $25. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If I didn't catch anyone's donation, I do apologize. Thank you, Ron. I really appreciate it. Torjo, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm caught up there. M, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, M. I really appreciate it. George, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, George. I really appreciate it. Consider W's for George as well in the comment section. Shauna, thank you for the $5. Christopher, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Paul with the $50. Thank you so much. Can we have W's for Paul in the comment section? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Paul in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, don't worry. I got you. Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Alex with the $5. Thank you. Josephine, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you, Josephine. April with the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, April. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. Trudy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. I apologize. Dr. Sonia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Again, Josephine, thank you for the $15. Thank you. Ken with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Stacy, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I don't know
Go
if
ahead.
you're...
Yeah, go ahead. Did you find?
So I looked into it. It sounded like, from what I seen, the rollback was coming from like a economy standpoint. Like he was rolling back regulatory pricing and taxes on it, like the hidden fees. Once again, that's what, which I said.
You're cutting out. I currently
as
can't
far
hear you.
as from.
You're cutting out.
Oh, what about now? Is that better?
Now. Jeanette, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, nothing from a enforcement standpoint or a regulation standpoint. It's not like there's more leniency to be able to pollute.
What do you mean? It said
They
said the quote unquote biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history.
Yes, from a financial standpoint, they're not.
What do you mean from a
deregulating
financial standpoint?
The taxes that go into hydraulic damming and nuclear power.
Those are a few things that could be relevant, but I was
No,
talking
that's what
about,
it is.
No, it's not.
I'm talking about, yeah, it is. I'm talking about the standards for it.
No, it's literally climate, air pollution rules. It's air quality standards, wastewater regulations, emission limits.
Not according to the EPA website itself.
That's what PBS says themselves. So would you like to tell me what the EPA says? Because I'm giving you things directly from what the EPA said themselves. Like, I'm saying this is specifically what the administrator, Lee Zeldin, said.
Sorry, brother. I can't read it and you hear me. But it's right on the EPA's website. From what the EPA article says, it's...
Okay, actually, the Environmental Protection Agency themselves said the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history. How are you going to deny that? That's directly from the EPA. I can't hear you when you're out of the app, just letting you know.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, and they were saying that it's going... It's... From a financial standpoint, that it's going to be cutting taxes on those things. That's what they're bragging on it for. It's deregulatory as far as from a fiscal standpoint.
So again, what does that mean? Because it would still be a deregulation on the environmental standards that I just mentioned.
Well, once again, I'm not saying that it's not deregulatory. It's cutting back and slashing all the hidden fees and taxes on energy. But it's in no way affecting
that's what regulations would impose.
Financial regulations, not compliance regulations.
You understand that financial regulations are how you enforce the compliance of the regulation.
They're not saying that they're going to do away with sanctions.
Fees are how you enforce the compliance with the regulation.
No, they're saying from the consumer. If the Hoover Dam is turning, 8,000 watts a minute, and they're charging UNS or CHP money for these watts, and those agencies are turning around and putting a tax on every single one of those watts, the EPA is coming back and saying that we're cutting the taxes on those against it. They're still sanctioned. If they find them doing dirty things or stuff outside of actual physical compliance, they're still sanctioning those areas.
Yeah, but again, they removed the specific climate change actions, impact rules on emissions limits, water waste regulations, and air quality standards. So they are limiting the enforcement of it. They got rid of the standards for them. Are they upholding other standards? Sure. But
yes.
They are upholding less standards.
I see it from only a fiscal level. You're saying beyond a fiscal level, from a physical level.
What the fuck does that even
from a
mean,
physical
dude?
level? You see,
I just don't get this.
I know you
distinction.
don't, and that's what's scary, man. Like that's what's it's.
How is it scary?
Because you're acting as if they're saying, go ahead and pour the sludge into the pond.
I'm saying that they're deregulating it. So it's going to allow them to engage in more risky behaviors that harm other people's health.
Where is that coming from that you think that they want to do that? That's wild take.
I just told you.
That these companies
will do it because it's profitable. Yes, they will do it because it's profitable. They have a fiduciary responsibility to engage in the profit maximizing condition for their shareholders.
Man, like I'm telling you, in that field, it's the risk is not worth it. The sanctions that come down
because of the fact that because of the regulations being imposed. If the regulation is not imposed, then there's no losses that they would incur by engaging in that particular behavior, therefore increasing their likelihood of engaging it because they want to engage in the profit maximizing condition.
But once again, they're not saying that the teacher's not going to come in and check in on you. They're not saying that. The thought that there's going to be no more compliance checks and things like that is crazy. There's still going to be a due diligence.
I'm saying they are reducing limitations, and they are impacting the rules and the regulations and the standards. So yes, they are limiting how much they're going to involve themselves in the affairs of businesses impacting the environment. That is what they said themselves. They said the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history.
Yes, but I think that when people hear that, they think that it's at a level of like we're going to lower standards of what's okay and what's not, and that's a false representation of what they're saying.
That is exactly what they're doing.
They're not, man.
It's exactly what they're doing. I'm sorry. You can't deny reality. It's exactly what they did. They're lowering standards.
So what they're saying is yesterday you couldn't you're wrong. You're dead ass wrong on this.
No, I'm not.
Like, I'm sorry. I've given you your flowers when you've earned them, Parker. That's not the case in this. I think that the depth is lost. Like I respect you, and I'm not but that's the context there is wild. So, but I got nothing for love for you.
I can give you another Associated Press article that indicates that the EPA targeted rules could prevent an estimated 30,000 deaths and save $275 billion a year. They are in effect, according to the Associated Press examination. So, that's literally what Donald Trump is undermining to a greater extent.
Well, once again, like I said earlier, I don't think that he's doing away with it or altering his position to the point that he doesn't care. I think that he believes in his mind that it can be done better and cheaper, and that's where efforts are going to go.
No, the regulations get it done better and cheaper because, for example, according to AP, 5 rules together were estimated to have had more than $200 billion a year in net benefits based upon EPA documents that estimated reduced illnesses and deaths and the cost for companies to comply. And in 17 of the 20 rules with explicit cost-benefit analyses, AP estimated benefits are larger than the costs, sometimes far larger. So you would only have an argument for 3 of the 20 for getting rid of those, not for any of the others, which is not specifically the only ones Donald Trump's going after. So why don't we do it based upon that effect? You look at what the net benefits would be, and if it doesn't have net benefits, then you say, oh, we might not say that this is something we'll put into place. But given that it does have net benefits, you obviously should keep it in place.
I can respect that take.
I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, just letting you know.
My bad. Once again, I do believe that it's still a fire. I don't agree that there's going to be deregulation from an actual pollutant level. But I do still think that we can at least agree that our standards currently are a far cry better than what we get a lot of the times overseas. Correct? In manufacturing specifically.
Again, you keep claiming that we've already had this conversation. I don't see how this is beneficial. Like, if you're going to argue,
And you
that
haven't conceded at all. Like, you're saying that it's better.
comparative to some countries around the comparative to some
Well, let's say
countries,
China. Let's just say China.
Let me clarify. Comparative to some countries around the world, we do have better environmental standards. But if we want to incentivize a greater context for environmental standards, only do we have to uphold that to an extremely greater extent here within our own country, we actually have to believe that it's something that needs to be addressed, whereas Donald Trump believes it's a hoax. But it is the case that we have to then engage in international affairs, specifically to be able to get other countries to do the same thing as us, like the Paris Climate Accords that Donald Trump pulled us out of. So on every front that you point to, we are worse off in terms of being able to address climate change because Donald Trump literally believes it's a hoax. He said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He actively denies science. He's not utilizing the basis for what leads to net benefits or not. He's gutting the EPA in circumstances in which there are net benefits.
Once again, climate control, where he's at on that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about from a manufacturing standpoint, because we got onto this topic through the avenue of tariffs and bringing manufacturing over here. Now, that being said, as far as the fact that he is aiming to bring manufacturing over here, even if you're saying where he's trying to deregulate, which I still believe that he's talking about deregulating it for the people who voted for him from a constituent standpoint of he wants to lower prices for energy. That's what, and even the EPA site references that they're cutting these so that it's cheaper on the American people. That he could not deregulate us to the point over 4 years.
When they say cheaper for the American people, that is completely and totally false because there is a net loss for society as a whole. It is more expensive for the American people for the regulation to not be imposed. So that is actually like, it might be less expensive to buy something, but it is going to be more expensive for society as a whole in health costs, right?
And like I said,
let me give an example. Another rule the EPA updated last year set standards for pollutions permitted in the air called the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. The update required the Clean Air Act cuts allowable soot particles by 25% to reflect new science on the harms for such of a pollution. The EPA in Biden's time calculated the change would annually save as much as $46 billion, 4,500 premature deaths, and 800,000 asthma incidents. But the EPA new fact sheet only mentions the estimated cost of the change being about $614 million, and not the benefits estimated at 76 times that amount.
Where is that coming from?
That's specifically from an AP News article.
Okay, well, there's no bias.
I'll tell you that they are independent. Exactly. Trump's EPA rollbacks would weaken rules projected to save billions of dollars and thousands of lives. I do look at independent media. That's why I specifically go to AP News.
Yeah. I think that for a lot of people, the juice just isn't worth the squeeze on a lot of stuff. You keep referencing the Paris, what is it? Tell me out, Park. You know what I'm talking about.
You're cutting out. I can't really hear you, man.
Oh, I said, help me out. What's the Paris climate exchange?
Climate Accords?
Is that what it is? Yeah. I said 95%. You said that's outrageous. From what I understand, I heard it was like way over that we were paying.
You're cutting out a lot, man.
And like, wasn't it like an insane number? Oh, my bad, man. Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
So how much were we paying for that Paris Climate Accord? Because I said 95% and you're like, that's outrageous. But I remember it being like the far majority.
I'm not quite sure. 95% is outrageous, and I asked for a source. So if you'd like to go look it up yourself, you can. I don't think any costs imposed are going to be less than the benefits. So
that's crazy.
That's crazy. What do you mean that's crazy?
Man, like I just feel like it was an outrageous number.
Then go find it. Go look up the source. Why don't you look it up yourself? Do some critical thinking.
And I will.
You know what? I'll let you do it right now, and I'll thank some people in the meantime.
Okay.
I'll give you time. Let me thank some people in the meantime, everybody. While he tries to find this information, I am crushed. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I am crushed. Thank you. Jonna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And as an environmental scientist who works for the USDA, it is a fact that standards are being slashed and less inspections will be happening. Thank you, Jonna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Naya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For a hi Parker, sorry I'm a bit late. I just got off from work. You deserve the 100 and then some. Lol. Anyways, the build off of yesterday. What is your favorite band? I actually don't like specifically have like a band like I like listen to a lot. I'm honestly like not someone who really listens to like music all the time. I like listen to my girlfriend's playlist that she made for me, and that's it. So it's literally just like all her music, and they're always like I feel like individual artists and not like bands. So I'm sorry that I can't really answer that, but thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kayla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Ryan with the $2. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm caught up there. Christopher, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Ayana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mayflower, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for everyone there. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What would you do if you got in a tickle fight with Michelle Obama?
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Someone said Parker get off so he can get on. I was kind of waiting till Dean got on to get off. Dean hasn't texted me he's getting on yet. Or anything. I don't know where Dean is. And I still got some time, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
January.
You said what? January?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be 19 then? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Did you find a source?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's there's several that are out there that are all claiming different things, but it's like $100 billion to $300 billion is what the total overall agreement was. And from what I read, we were
how many years?
Roughly, I believe that's since 2016.
Okay, so that's like 1 to 300 billion over like a decade. That's like $30 billion a year, dude.
Yeah, is that not a lot of money?
Oh my god, dude, that's a very small portion of the budget, dude. Our military budget is $900 billion a year, for example.
Right, but once again, that doesn't make $30 million a little bit of money.
Well, it is from our federal standpoint. Like relatively, like you understand it's a comparison, right? Obviously $30 billion is a lot to me. For example, $100 million is a hell of a lot to me, but to the government, is $100 million a lot?
No, I said
the federal
billion
government
with a B.
What's up?
It's $100 to $300 billion.
Yeah, that's over like a decade though. So $30 billion a year.
Yeah, but I believe that it ramped relatively fast. Like the last 4 years was.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me where you got this from. I want to hear. And I just want to let you know that's investment in like renewable energy like projects. I think we need to be doing more investment than that. I think that's not enough, dude. I think that is not even close to enough, dude.
I agree with that 100%. I'm not saying that it's too much. I'm saying
please listen to climate scientists.
Right. I am saying that we can't be paying. It has to be representative. We need other people paying into it as much as we are. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying we just can't be carrying the whole load, right?
We can want to incentivize more people to pay more, but we have got to be the ones to like do it first as well, right?
Yes, but when that doesn't work, then it's not reciprocated, we can't keep going.
Yes, we can, and we should, because it still helps people here in the United States. Did you know that?
I do, but it doesn't give us the overreach without any buy-in from other countries. It doesn't give us the overreach to regulate it. If they have no skin in the game, we can't. The goal to get the opt-in is not necessarily for operation, but it's more of a promissory that if they have to show that they have some investment inside of this direction as well.
Okay, and they were to some degree some other countries around the world.
No,
right? Yeah, they were. And
not the ones that are.
Now they didn't do it to the degree
not the worst offenders.
Now they didn't do it to
not the worst offenders.
Now they didn't do it to the degree that we would like. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't any move in that direction.
The worst offenders were not opting into it.
Okay,
there was such a surplus in that.
Hey, dude, what is your goal to get closer to that? Do you even have a plan? Do you have any goal? Or are you just sitting here and you're going to say, I'm not going to accept any of them? Do you have a plan? What's your plan? Tell me right now.
Hopefully we can get to where we're manufacturing here where it is healthier.
So your only plan is to reduce trade with other countries and to increase costs here in the United States? Wouldn't that increase costs more than any environmental regulations that you're referencing?
No, I think that when the pocketbook starts to get felt on both sides, that it would reduce cost even on the far side and maybe also help them do some of the things to move in the right direction.
When some of these particular rules that you're getting rid of have net benefits, how could it be a positive for society to get rid of them? They have a net benefit being in place.
From certain aspects, but not from all aspects.
What do you mean not from all aspects? Net is overall.
Right. It could be a net benefit from a financial standpoint, but it could be a net negative from an environmental standpoint.
No, net benefit is taking into account overall. Net means overall.
So then it's a way out of what's more important to you, the economy or the environment. And that's where it's different. A lot of people look at those things
No.
and hold them in
The societal
different
benefits, the societal benefits in terms of the economy are more. You're not understanding.
Than the environment?
Wait, no, you're not listening. You're not listening. Having these regulations in place increases how much money we have as a society because we spend less on health, right? Because there are negative impacts on health from air pollution, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna see eye to eye on this. I do appreciate it, Parker.
I'm using science though. Like you should use science. You should use factual evidence. You shouldn't just believe things based upon your feelings.
Right. You definitely never do that.
Give me an example of when I've done that specifically relating to science.
Yeah. There you go. So I appreciate you.
Okay, no,
good job.
Give me any circumstance of me doing that. That was just like an offhanded comment that wasn't true.
I think you've said several things that weren't true.
Such
you
as?
Apologize for them. I apologize for saying that about you. It's cool. It's good. We're square.
So I accidentally said something, and you're comparing that to things that I don't see how that's comparable to any of this. What are we?
I believe that I value things different than you, and I believe that that's across the board. You're trying to make everything a checked box and not, and I don't think that's right. I think that some people do better with operation off of emotions and where they're at personally.
Wait, that's not me believing something with emotions and not facts. That was me missaying something.
Like I just said.
And that was an example of me lying either. I misspoke.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. You're good, man. I appreciate your time. It was a healthy conversation. I learned some stuff, and thank you.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I think we're going to do one conversation maybe more. I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
You driving?
I'm pulling into my parking lot right
I'm sorry. Send a guest request back. I'll look for you in the guest box once you're done driving. Just send a guest request back and I'll be able to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24. How old are you?
23. Do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say I support him, but I support him over the opposing party.
So you would vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Well, I didn't really like how over the past 5 years it seemed as if Joe Biden was degrading while he was in office. And I think that the administration wasn't transparent about that. Now, I agree there's a lot of deceit on both sides, but at that current point in space-time, I believe that Joe Biden and the Biden administration, including Kamala, were very bad.
Okay, so you can't really mention when she lied, right? It was just the case that like she wasn't agreeing with people saying that like he can't do his job, which I mean I agreed that Joe Biden could do his job. So I mean he obviously had like cognitive decline over time, right? But I'm confused what your point is. What did she have to acknowledge, or what was she dishonest about?
Well, I guess there are things I just don't like about her character as well.
Such as?
I personally don't think she's very much of a critical thinker or comes up with solutions. Yeah.
What tells you that Donald Trump is more of a critical thinker than Kamala Harris?
Well, I would say that he's able to speak on like without a teleprompter, just like when he's rambling. I think there's a little bit more cohesiveness to his thoughts. Even if he says a lot of bad things, he's also saying a lot of things.
But you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
What's your response to that one?
I would say that it's not very intelligent. I just think it's that he talks a lot. So you can obviously nitpick many of the things he says. He's clearly misinformed about a lot of what he says. But given the 2 options, I would still like a guy who...
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests, and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay, it'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows, actually. I met so many
actually, I think he's making a great point at the end there. Science really doesn't know most things.
I think one area...
Yeah, wait, he said the climate's going to start cooling, and that science doesn't know that yet. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think science doesn't know that the climate's going to start cooling?
No, I don't think it knows. It depends what you're talking about. How precisely do they know that?
Oh, come on.
And
come on. He said the climate's going to start getting cooler, and science just doesn't know that it's going to start getting cooler. That's literally what he was saying.
Well, I mean, what period of time is he talking about? He's just making one small comment off the top of his head.
What period of time is he talking about? It doesn't matter. The climate's not getting fucking cooler. Okay?
It sometimes is. I mean, clearly weather goes up and down.
What does climate mean? Weather is different than climate. Do you know the distinction between weather and climate?
I'm assuming weather is on a smaller time scale. So where do you draw the line between weather and climate? See, everything has a certain degree of arbitrariness to it, or nuance.
So we're talking about the overall, like if average temperatures go up, right? For example, at the specific times during the year, you wouldn't be like, dude, you know what? He was just talking about winter. He was just saying that winter was going to come by, and that scientists just don't know that winter was going to come around.
So obviously there is science that currently is pointing towards an increase in the climate temperature over time.
Is there anything indicating that it's decreasing?
Yeah, well, I would say that a lot of what is being implemented. Well, first off, let's just say that the models for these climates, it's a very complex thing to come up with. So I do like the discussion in a sense of this is not absolute truth. I would definitely say more scientific evidence points to it going up right now, but I just don't think the magnitude of the problem is as great as people make it seem.
There's no evidence of it going down. There's just literally none. There's actually none. So what is Trump's source for this claim?
Well, I'm just saying over billions of years, the climate has a lot of changes. And whether or not we're influencing that, I don't think it's the scale of the backlash on it is as great as it needs to be.
Oh, there needs to be more backlash for this. I'm sorry. The idea that you have even the thought in your brain that Donald Trump is more of a critical thinker is fucking insane. It's actually nuts. You think Donald Trump is a critical thinker?
How do you get on a podcast and speak for 3 hours without speak for 3 hours cohesively without I haven't seen
he's
Kamala
not speaking
Harris.
cohesively.
Yes, he
literally
is.
Give me one podcast where he's ever for the entire podcast made sense the whole time.
Why didn't Kamala Harris go on Joe Rogan?
Well, she actually wanted to. She said in her book that she wanted to on the day that Trump was going to go, and that Joe Rogan chose to pick and go with Trump over her.
First of all,
she was extremely busy. She had 107 days.
Well, Trump is just as busy. In fact, if you look at the amount of time
more than
he's
107 days.
And she didn't? Apparently they put a bunch of...
She had 107.
I heard they put a bunch of contingencies because they're, afraid to be in the open debate era.
You know what Trump's busy doing? He's playing golf. He plays golf more than professionals at the PGA Tour golf. He said that about Barack Obama and then golfed more than Barack Obama.
Yeah, I do think Trump still works harder when he's not golfing. And at the same time, when it comes down to it, he's a diplomat, right? I mean, he's delegating the country and probably golfs with some important people. Same with Obama.
He golfs with important people. That's what he's doing. He's cheating while golfing.
So he can't have any sort of enjoyment in his life, is what you're saying.
No.
See, that's crazy then. This is where
I'm
you
trolling,
were on
dude. Of course he can have enjoyment, but he's doing it more than every other fucking presidential candidate ever, dude. And then you guys blame Biden. You guys were like, Biden, where's Biden? Is he even controlling the country? While Donald Trump golfs all the fucking time. Is he even controlling the country? You guys were talking about Biden at the beach, and he spent 2 or 3 days at the beach, dude.
Yeah, so both have been misrepresented, and whether or not we have the data for the amount of time they're entertaining themselves is something that we should have, I guess, gathered before we make such big opinions on whether or not who's golfing more. I don't know, but I'll tell you what, Trump is definitely trying to do more things, whether he's doing things wrong or right. I didn't see Biden for 4 years when he was I didn't see him.
He's trying to do more things to destroy the country. The things that he's doing. Wait. Let's go over the things that he's doing. Let's go over the things that Donald Trump's doing. What is Donald Trump doing? He's acknowledging that he was wrong with Russia and Ukraine, and he's now full pro-Ukraine, and he says that we can take back the entirety of Ukraine that we took prior. He passed the big, beautiful bill that cuts 420,000 children per month off of free school lunch and breakfast, 2.5 million people off their food stamps, and over 10 million people off their health insurance, while adding trillions of dollars to the debt, 3.4 trillion, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. He's not dropping the Epstein files. He called them a hoax and said that anyone who wants them to be released, shouldn't support him, and never actually did in the very first place. He specifically has gone after people's free speech by literally saying that people should be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag. He's actively saying that we should send the National Guard to areas in which governors said that they didn't want them in the very first place, and saying that right now Portland is a war zone.
Yeah, he says a bunch of crazy things, but he also does a lot of things. At least that's
Go ahead,
the point.
Tell me what is he doing that's positive? Because everything he's doing is bad. that
well,
just mentioned.
I certainly like what he's doing with, and don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit here and think I have all the facts on me, but I do like what he's doing with regulation for U.S. businesses. I like his support of the U.S. businesses. I like his boldness and his strength. Let's see. He's got a lot of executive orders going through. I like to see things being done. I like to the transparency of him on X. I like what he's doing. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with
the transparency in saying the Epstein files were a hoax and saying that anyone who wants them to be released shouldn't support him and never supported them in the first place, and not dropping the Epstein files. Incredible transparency. I've never seen transparency such as that before.
No,
Oh my
okay.
God.
Like,
you know, the
here's
boldness
thing,
and strength required to go up against his own base and tell them that they're full of shit and that everything they're saying is conspiracy true is actually a hoax and bullshit.
No, I agree with you on that. I don't understand what the hell's going on with the Epstein files. I don't know why they aren't releasing it. I think he's probably listed on the files, but I don't understand why you weren't pushing
He's
this so
on the
hard
files,
when
but I
Biden
still
did.
support him. Oh my God, he's such a great candidate, greatest candidate we've ever seen. Businessman. He's going after regulations. He's good for businesses. I tell you.
By association, you can't say someone's guilty by association like that. You can't drag a guy's name through the mud because he's on a list. We've all been face to face with the devil unknowingly. So maybe he was associated, and then maybe he's a piece of shit. But I can't say
just his best friend for 15 years.
Yeah, but that's an insane thing to say. You don't know that he was his best friend. How do you have you seen their text messages?
He actually did. He said that they were closest friends. So that's one
He's
thing.
He's a hyperbolic guy, dude. You're gonna take one thing he says. You know he is.
Okay, so want to know something else? He said that Epstein was a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side.
All right. Well,
he also said that 90s were a different time and that we just didn't understand the 90s.
I think that he says so many things that I could probably train an AI on all of the data that Trump has said and say, okay, I'm trying to slam Trump for X or Y. Give me, something that he said that's really, there's a lot of crazy coincidences out there, man. I'm just saying you can't you don't know that they were best friends. That's such a crazy thing to die on that hill.
He said himself.
He said that with many people.
Oh, name one other person he said that with.
All right, would you give me a chance?
Yep, give him a second. Look at that. Who's this? Oh my gosh, wait, who's that?
Yo.
What's up? You got mac and cheese?
Yeah, it's in the microwave right now. So I heard that we're talking about Epstein?
Yeah.
Hey, Hardware, I have a question. Why the fuck does Trump not want the files released, man? You know he's fighting tooth and nail to prevent it right now? In the House, they have 217 votes for the release of the files. The Trump administration has already called that an act of hostility against their administration. And in fact, Arizona last week held a special election to get a new representative to secure that 218th vote. And the representative won the election. Her name is Alicia Grahova, I believe. And she said that once she is an official member of Congress, she will release the files and be that last vote. In response, Trump's loyalist, Mike Johnson, is now preventing, her official entry into Congress and is now delaying it until mid-October. Why is that?
Well, I would say it's because the Republicans are in power now, so they have the spotlight. So I do agree with you. My only concern is why are you not worried about it when it comes from the other side?
Well, I don't think that you really answered my question there. So before I entertain your question, which would be a deflection, I want you to respond to what I just asked you, because you just said, well, I think that's because the Republicans are in charge. I'm so sorry. How does that sufficiently answer to my question detailing how the Trump administration is fighting tooth and nail to prevent the release of the files, to the extent where now they even have the Speaker of the House delaying the official entry of a new representative?
No, I answered you completely. Both sides are reluctant to have the files released. So whoever's in the spotlight.
Actually, what you just said is wrong. Every single Democrat in the House is voting for the release of the files.
While they're not in
four
the
GOP
spotlight,
members.
while they don't have control of the
they had to
House.
convince four GOP members to come over to their side, and they got them. And now they're one vote short, so they held that special election. You're wrong.
Why didn't they hold that vote when Biden was in office?
Why you're not answering my question? Once
I
again,
did. I
I'm gonna
answered your
answer it with a
question
deflection.
fully. You can ask it again, and I'll answer it straight.
Wait, are you just saying that the reason Trump doesn't want the files released is because he's in them? Is that your argument?
No, I'm saying that you should be just as passionate about the files being released right now as you weren't 4 years ago.
Once again, like all these questions in response, all these statements in response that are just not responding to what I'm saying. I
am
understand
responding to you
that you
because
want
I
to attempt to
agree
turn
with
my
you.
argument
I
around
said I
on me by
agree with
saying,
you.
Dean, why weren't you calling for the release of the files under the Biden-Harris administration? Dean, why didn't Biden release the files? It's like, I swear to God, we could have good dialogue about all the questions that you're asking, just not when they're serving as a deflection away from the substance.
It's not
that
a
I'm reporting
deflection
to you.
because I told
It
you
is a
that I
deflection
answered
because
you.
I asked you straight up, are you just simply saying that Trump doesn't want the files released because he's in them? And you didn't respond.
No, I already told Parker that I think Trump is in the files.
Well, can we agree that Kamala Harris wasn't in the files? Because if she was, then she would have been a 20-year-old girl in the 90s when when Epstein was doing his thing, meaning that she'd be a victim. So she's either in the files as a victim or not in them at all, and we don't have any reason to believe that she is in the files as a victim. So could we agree that Kamala Harris was not in the files?
I think more than likely you're right.
Okay, so why would you support somebody as president that is in the Epstein files, was his best friend, and you are now arguing probably did really bad things with him, compared to somebody that wasn't? Are you telling us that you want an anti-transparent, tyrannical regime with a P3DO in chief compared to a black woman?
No, what I'm saying is that being on a list does not make you guilty by association. I think that if people have been associated with someone who is considered evil, which Jeffrey Epstein seems to be an evil guy. I don't know him. I don't know all. It's hard. I think you should tend to think about these things in probabilities, man. You can't say that just because Trump on the file, you're gonna brand him a pedo and brand him as
describe him doing anything bad. Well, then why would he stand against the release of the files? Because him being in him wouldn't indict him as doing anything wrong.
Well, it would just give him a terrible look. I mean, that's why he doesn't want him. It's not necessarily.
But everyone already thinks he's in them.
Because him being in him wouldn't indict him as doing anything wrong.
Well, it would just give him a terrible look. I mean, that's why he doesn't want him. It's not necessarily.
But everyone already thinks he's in them.
Right.
He is.